world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. What's up, Wednesday? That you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. I grabbed one of the 240 milligram ones for tonight. Yeah, baby. I've been sleeping all day, trying to get rested. Oh, that's good. You know, it's actually red. It's actually red. It's a beautiful color. Whoa. I can't pretend. No, 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 no. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Oh. Let's go. No, seriously though, it is like this beverage is like the prettiest color of red, like you can imagine. Knitting, what's up? Yes, I did. I cut my hair a couple of days ago. I got rid of the hats and the long hair. I will still, when it's like dirty and I'm grubby, I'll still be wearing the occasional hat. Although I like hats better when there's hair coming out of them. I don't like the hat so much when I have short hair. It's just like a thing, but I'll still occasionally wear a hat because I do like the fucking, what do you call it? I like the I don't know, the color accentuation. I like accessorizing my head. But goddamn, bro. Dude, I'm looking at I'm looking at the OBS screen and I'm like, holy shit, dude, my forehead is large, bro. Like, I mean, I guess I've worn a fair number of hats, and the hat kind of make the head look smaller because the hat takes up space. But I'm looking right now and I'm like, my God, dude, it is like a 6.5 head, dude. It is big. Oh shit, bro. It is large. That's okay. There's a lot of brains. Lot of brains in there, dude. Lot of brains. Big brain, big brain. Dude, oh shit. Let's go. Hey man, I like it. You know, I've had this head my whole life, and you know, it's done me right thus far. So we're good. All right, we're good. We're good. I just, you know, I guess I just don't notice it. You've got a melon. All right. Dude, I mean, dude, we got a big one. Dude, I see, you know, if my forehead was only that big, I don't know if I'd like it, right? Like, you know how some guys go in and get plugs? Dude, I think if my hair came down to there, dude, it would, I don't know, dude. I feel like I need the full fucking forehead to really, that's the measure of a man, dude, right? You can tell how much of a man you got by how much forehead he's got, right? Right? If he doesn't have a lot of forehead, he's not a lot of man. I hate to tell you, you know? Somebody said cone head. Dude, somebody said cone head. Oh, shit. Dude, that's amazing. Dude, let's go. Oh. All right. But I'm going to stop at my hairstylist tomorrow because it's right near where I get a massage. And I want to pick up some of the hair product they sell because I've been using this saltwater spray, but like, I think I like the fucking whatever, the pomade shit that they had. So you have a full head of hair. Let's go. Let's go, man. Hey, good for you, dude. You're like a Superman worthy. Dude, any guy that's like over 50 that has a full head of hair, if he hasn't had that shit like surgically attached, he is like Superman. Okay? Remember what Seinfeld said when George Costanza was looking for a bald cure? And Jerry's like, dude, a nation with no bald men? That would be like a nation of supermen, right? Dude, I mean, it's just what we get. It's what we get, dude. But all right, I like it. We're in. I like the hair. I may bleach it, though. I know the poll, everybody said to leave it the natural color, but I am probably going to bleach it sometime in the next couple of weeks. Okay, just reality. So get ready for it to be like yellowish, and then eventually it'll be white, but like unnatural sort of platinum white. All right. So that being said, we're gonna look at today. Okay, we are gonna. Somebody had said this in chat, or not in chat. Somebody in a YouTube comment. I hadn't gotten back to them because I haven't had any time today to reply to any comments. But somebody said about how, like, they're like, oh, did you just get tired of long hair? And like, it's not so much, right? For me, it's not so much that I got tired of long hair. There were certain things about the long hair that I didn't like. The upkeep of long hair is problematic. It doesn't look that good when it's dirty and it gets in your mouth and shit. But I think for me personally, I just like to be in a constant state of evolution. And I don't know if you guys are like that, but over the next 5 years, there's a really good chance that my look will change a lot. You know, I mean, actually, I feel like having the long hair for 2 years was pretty crazy for me. That was pretty wild to have that long without any appreciable change. Because I do go through phases, you know, whether it's like bleaching not bleaching or slightly changing my haircut or like doing it a little longer, going through a phase of wearing a lot of hats, right? I may go through a facial hair phase. I kind of like to evolve a lot, you know, I like to reinvent. And this felt like a pretty good time for reinvention. You know, I don't know, man. We had a first good 2 years. And now I think it's time to evolve. And like, yeah, dude, I don't know today. First off, let's start with the mysterious video that the White House posted and then got rid of. What was that all about? You guys, you're going to have to catch me up, okay? You're going to have to catch me up a little bit because I slept like most of the day, okay? Dude, I had the jank video ready. I was like an hour away from being ready. I took a nap at like 3 a.m. and I woke up at noon. I finished the jank video and then I went to the movie. Jenny and I went and got sushi. We went to a movie and then we came back and we did like a massage trade and then I went to sleep again. So I've slept like 12 hours today. So what I would like to see though is I would like, did anybody download the video? I want to see the video itself, right? So much as, you know what I'm saying? Like I just want to see the video itself. Did somebody download this thing? You know, let's see what we got. So all right, so this is one that they fucking posted afterwards, right? Dude, what the fuck is this, bro? Dude. It's got like, it's got a phone and a bell. Dude, what are these people doing? Okay. This is, I saw this recently. Okay. Right. That's the weird one. But then, so this is the strange video. Okay. So somebody did post it. Okay. All right. So we do have it. Dude, this shit is very strange, okay? So, okay? So this video, let's watch these two videos. I mean, something is very strange, okay? That something is going on that is very strange with the White House, okay? Like they're behaving very erratic. They're behaving very cryptically around this stuff, specifically around like Iran, and not only that, they're I don't know, dude. They're being really cryptic with how they're approaching the midterms. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, with obviously Mark Wayne Mullen, he was real clear about, you know, maybe putting ICE in voting precincts and shit like that. But let's take a look at these videos. So it is my understanding, though, that this video, the video with the woman talking, was posted second. Is that correct? That the White House first posted this fuzz video, which is just some fuzz, and it like a bell tone, and then it cuts to an American flag. On, I wanna fucking download these. Is this real? No, this is real. It's on the actual White House account. All right, hold on. Let me download these real quick. I mean, this shit is fucking creepy, dude. The shoes were posted first. Okay. Yeah, no, that's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. But then here said, you know, this Irish patriot said that this foot one was second. But I thought the shoes were first, right? I thought the shoes were first. Hold on, we're going to download these videos. Dude, what a fucking... what a bunch of weirdos, dude. Right? That bell is a... I don't know that it's a text message alert. It doesn't fucking sound right. It doesn't sound... I mean, it's one of those types of things. Could be a text message. Could be... It's some type of like phone alert. Right? Does your father-in-law use that chime? Yeah, it feels older, right? It does. It feels like older, like an older, you know, shit coin, dude. All right, so here, let's fucking take a look at some of this shit, shall we? I mean, it's just so bizarre, guys. Everything about this stuff is it's so bizarre. Okay, so let's start with the shoes video. Okay, this was the video that they deleted. They posted and then they deleted. And again, super cryptic. We have no idea what this shit means. But all right, here we go. I haven't seen this video, by the way. All right.
It's launching soon, right?
Okay, so that's it.
It's launching soon, right?
This is so cool.
It's launching soon, right?
But we have no idea who that person is. Okay? We have no idea who that person is. That sound is maximum volume. That is like we're at max volume, boss. That is all the way up, bro.
It's launching soon, right?
It just says, that's so cool.
It's launching soon, right?
It says, that's so cool. It's launching soon, right?
It's launching soon, right?
But it's like really bizarre, okay? I mean, dude, it's really bizarre. Like whatever that is, because it's a you know, somebody talking, their phone on. Is it Caroline Levitt? It sounds kind of like her, but not really. It to me, it doesn't even really sound like Caroline Levitt. Now, I don't know. I mean, whoever it is has this very distinctive pair of boots on, okay? And I did not think, I've heard people say something about her that maybe it was Caroline Levitt, but I don't know. That didn't sound exactly like her voice. Nicole, let's go. Right? And so, I mean, you know, but I mean, we could, obviously, if we saw Caroline Levitt, we could see if this is what she was wearing. Somebody with these like boots, pointy-toed boots, right? And a brown skirt. I mean, Caroline Levitt did have a press conference today, guys. and in her press conference, okay, if you look at her today, she was wearing this outfit, okay? Like, I don't know. Here is something, dude. Nicole, let's go, dude. Tommy's the best. Let's go. I like that sentiment. Hold on. Let's find, let's go to C-SPAN. Hold on one sec here, because there was a press conference today, okay? How do you, dude, I'm not like super familiar with C-SPAN. Is there a video from today? Right? What was today? Today was the 25th. Do we have Caroline Leavitt's press conference today? Because I was going to say, if we had her press conference, she walks out at the beginning of it, right? It was the Melania robot. I'm not sure it was the Melania robot. Dude, we're going to get to the Melania robot, dude. That is some chaos, boss. Let's see. I know how we can do it. We can just search Caroline Leavitt. Oh, here we go. This is today, dude. 1 day ago. This is, all right, this is it. Okay. So you see her,
Afternoon, everybody.
right? So you see her, she's coming in. She's definitely, when she walks in, she's not wearing boots, okay? And she's wearing, right? Okay? She's got regular heels and she's got a greenish skirt, all right? So that is, whomever this person is, this is not her, right? Or, you know, ostensibly it could be her on a different day or whatever. Definitely was not her today. You hate her? Dude, I mean, there's a lot to dislike about this woman. Dude, there is a lot to dislike about this woman. Yeah, no, the voice to me, guys, didn't sound like her. Okay? The voice did not sound like her at all. But, dude, it's really cryptic, though. It is really weird that somebody is like, I don't know, that they're filming, that they actually posted this. Somebody posted this video. Okay? Somebody fucking posted this video, guys. And then, like, pulled it. Okay? That is like, I don't know, dude. It's just very strange. It is very strange that the White House would post a video that seems like half, you know, I don't know. There's, you know, it's not strategized. Now, those of you guys, an intern fuck up, maybe, but let me ask you this, guys. When you did it, was this sound on banner in the original video, or did somebody add this? Okay? Like, with this video, did any of you see the original before it got pulled? Dude, Feedley, let's go. So the sound on banner was on it. It was already, the sound on thing was on there when they uploaded it. So this is the exact video. Is that what happened? That the sound on thing? Because this is like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There's something Some about it is very, very bizarre. Okay, but anyway, so we have this video released, and then in addition to this, a short time after they take that down, they post this fucking video. A bunch of static, and then this cryptic American flag image. Right? Some cryptic American flag image with a bell ringing. Dude. What the fuck? Right? I mean, 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗏. Dude, my 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗏. It's really weird. It's I don't know, dude. I mean, is it supposed to be some sort of cryptic, like, war nod? Because if you go and look at the White House account, like, let's look at some of the replies under this, right? Children running the White House, get help, right? I don't see any of the right-wing people. What is 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪 says? Activation signal received. Dude, whatever, this clown. By the way, can we look up 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪? Look at this, dude. Remember this guy? This guy blocked me, by the way. But look at this. Look at what he posted in September of 2024. Dude, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪, the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, look at this, though. Look at what 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪 said. 6 weeks from today, we find out if we get affordable groceries or WW3. Boy, that did not age well, did it, guys? Did it? That did not age well. Dude, right? Isn't that funny? He was, I guess his assumption was Kamala Harris was going to be WW3, right? And look at these guys. Affordable groceries and mean posts. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, Harris walls, Trump. Isn't that funny? Dude, what a dink, bro. Oh my God, dude. What a dink. Yeah. There we go, dude. All right. Thank you, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪. We appreciate you, fucknuts. Dude. So, yeah. All right. So here's the other one that I guess you're right. It did have the sound on. And so they deleted it. So this one came first, guys. It looks like, right? It looks like this video, the shoes video came first.
It's launching soon, right?
It's launching soon, right? That's definitely not Caroline Levitt's voice, guys. Definitely not. Have you investigated Palm Beach Pete? He was on Jimmy Kimmel recently. Who's Palm Beach Pete? You mean who is Palm Beach Pete? Who is that? Dude, those boots look pretty distinctive. The Epstein look-alike? Oh, I didn't know that was his name. No, I've seen the guy who looks like Epstein. I didn't know that that was his name, Palm Beach Pete. Oh, fuck, dude. Dude, that guy's crazy. Yeah, these boots are very, I don't know, man. I feel like we should be able to find out who these boots belong to, right? Who are the female White House aides? Who do we have? Susie Wiles, Caroline Levitt. I mean, it feels the person, it feels like it's an assistant, right? You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel like an assistant? Somebody said it was definitely Benny Johnson's boots. Dude, these are not flats. Those are boots. You can see the boots. Okay? These are boots. The woman's leg is right there, and these are actually, those are not flat shoes with stockings because they're shiny, right? All the way on the top, and then it goes all the way up. They look like they're low boots. Yeah, they look like they're low, right? Like low boots. But they're shiny all the way around. Mike Johnson, kids has. Dude, Bennifer Johnson. Dude, they look like they're a little rock and roll. Natalie Harp. Dude, I'm nervous after yesterday. I'm nervous about typing shit. Dude, I had to blur out some of the video yesterday because we like pulled up some crazy shit. Dude, I'm nervous about typing into Google. Like, you know, I'm afraid I'm going to type somebody's boots. And next thing you know, dude, there's going to be some crazy videos and shit. Dude, you don't understand why we care about this? I'm curious. I'm curious who's in that video, right? I'm intrigued. I want to know who was the subject of this video. Right? I do. I'm intrigued. Yeah, type boots, not boobs. I'm intrigued. Those are very fucking specific, like, footwear. Dude, let's go. Dude, I mean, there's no real way to find out. You know what I'm saying? It would take a lot of random luck, and not like it's really important, but I am intrigued by who was speaking in this video, right? I'm just curious, like, what the situation is. You know what I mean? Because obviously they you know, some White House person, like, there's like a limited number of people that have access to the White House Twitter account. Okay? It's not like, you know, some random intern has the password for the White House Twitter account. Okay? I mean, if we look at it, like, So the racist video, important. The racist video wasn't put out on the White House account. That video with the Obama and Michelle, with Barack and Michelle Obama being apes. That video that was on his Truth Social. Okay, that was at the end of a video on Truth Social. Wasn't on the actual White House account. Right? But so the official accounts, right, are really only, there's only a handful of staff that have access to this. You know, there's probably like 5 people. You know what I'm saying? You know? But so it's just really fucking strange, okay? That. All right, what does Grok say? Grok says, a White House video clip promoting a new SMS alert system. Dude, is that what it's supposed to be? Right? I mean, is this what it is? I mean, it literally, right? Is that what they're doing? Right? I mean, that's entirely possible that they're cryptically trying to, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, look at it. Okay? Look at it, how it's got a cell phone and a little notey bell, right? And so they're trying to announce that you can sign up for whatever text message noties from the White House, right? And oh, it's launching soon, blah, 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 right? But, so what are they doing? They're releasing some cryptic thing with no information in order to, like, maximize the people's fascination with this shit. But the reality is, though, is what's really going on is, yeah, where's the Epstein files, right? Something we are going to talk about in a minute, which is, I don't know if you guys have heard this, but there is a person. You ready for this, guys? There is a survivor who was very young, who had accused Donald Trump in the Epstein files, one of the Jane Does, Jane Doe 4. And it looks like Jane Doe 4 got paid a settlement from the Epstein estate, okay? Epstein's accountant, Richard Kahn, was like super quiet about this. This is a big thing. I mean, if these guys are trying to create some sort of weird distraction, you know, there you go, right? Why not delete after? I don't think it's an error, guys. I think they're trying to do some little, you know, whatever sort of obfuscated thing where they're being cryptic, and they're being cryptic in order to be sort of like news cycle dominant, or, you know, everybody's going to be talking on Twitter about these two stupid, you know, much like we're doing right now, wondering what's going on with these two fucking bizarre tweets, right? One of which gets deleted. I still want to know who the woman is with the boots. I do, dude. I want to know. I like, my curiosity is killing me because I'm wondering who is participating in these ridiculous sort of charades, right? I'm serious. I wonder who is participating in this, because this is coming on the same day that we have information that it looks like one of the Jane Does who accused Trump was paid out a settlement by the Epstein estate, which is now, guys, that is a serious, serious situation, okay? Because if a Trump accuser was quietly paid a settlement for whatever she suffered, they're not going to pay like a multi-million-dollar settlement to somebody that didn't have anything happen to them, okay? You know, I mean, seriously, they are not, you know, the Epstein estate were very careful about the payouts. Well, we don't know who she is. We don't really know who Jane Doe 4 is, but let's go ahead and pivot to that, though. I mean, at best guess, okay, if we look at it, right, I think this is, you know, according to what that Grok thing said, I think this is them announcing their little text message. Okay. They're announcing their text message alerts, White House text message alerts, where now you can, connect your phone and get an update from the White House, right? The boot video is a little more bizarre. Maybe they didn't intend to post that one, or maybe they did, right? The White House deleting a video is kind of a bit of a notoriety thing, okay? But I'm still probably in my spare time going to try and figure out who the boots were. But let's ask Grok. Let's ask AI. Let's see what the AI says about these. So 2 cryptic short form videos. Video 1 launching soon. Speculated by some to be Caroline Levitt. I don't think that's Caroline Levitt's thing. It's deleted 90 minutes after it posted. And then the static and the chime. Okay. Right. So nobody's explained it. But Grok said that it was about the, right? Grok speculated that it was about, there was that Grok post where it said it was announcing their SMS alert system, right? Which seems legitimate, right? No, it does. It does seem legitimate, right? There's a cell phone and a little noti bell, right? Dude, AI, I don't trust this shit. I really don't trust the AI. The AI is mostly full of shit. If I had to guess, okay, it is probably, guys, I'd be willing to guess it is, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with nuclear nuclear bombs or anything like that. I think that Grok post, I think that Grok assessment of, oh shit. I think that Grok assessment that it's like a hype video for the SMS thing. Okay. Dude, come on. The fuck, bro? Can receive White House updates. I think it has to do with that. They will not tell you about nuclear bombs. Yeah. I mean, guys, what are we like? Where's the nuclear bomb shit coming from? What is all that about? You know what I mean? Like, honestly, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is, I've noticed people like, people are talking about Netanyahu going to use a nuke or whatever. I feel like the nuke fears are like, doesn't that seem weird? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't seem realistic to me, guys. You know? I mean, it doesn't, because I feel like a nuclear weapon would have such a catastrophic effect on like the global economy and like, you know, I don't know, man. I just don't feel like that is, you know, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a legitimate threat. It feels like the fear of that threat is what they value more. So anyway, to explain what the White House SMS system is this, guys. I mean, I guess it's twofold. It's like the White House will, in one way, they're going to have a database of like everybody's phones, right? Because people are going to be signed up, and I don't know if there's going to be some way, like once they have people signing up on this White House alert system, if they're going to start tracking people or something. But it's just an alert system for like anything, right? Like you signed up SMS, and then, you know, you'll get text messages with the White House information. I would imagine it would be about, you know, Trump updates, rally information when he's having press conferences, or information of like, you know, they're probably going to send you propaganda. I would imagine it's going to be propaganda, right? Like they will send out SMS alerts. You know what I'm saying? No, think about this, guys. Think about the power of a White House like this that lies. It's like if you're getting, you know, a text message from the White House that says, ignore, you know, what NBC is saying, here's the real story of what is going on with this event. Like, I think it's going to be propaganda. I think they're going to try to, you know, send out alerts of like US moves, but he's going to try and use it to counter like news media, right? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I think about this shit. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty bizarre though, dude. But maybe it's not. Maybe this is just, you know, this is just par for the course. Okay? Right? Because look at this. Everybody, 3 hours ago, everybody was talking about this. Right? And people are like, ooh, it might be a hack. Dude, look at this. Look at this person, though, dude. Look at what people are doing, though, guys. Okay? Like, look at this. This guy says the White House just deleted a cryptic video. We might be looking at a massive hack. And this person says, video of a woman's shoes and the audio of the Netanyahu sounding voice saying yes to its launching soon. See, you know what I'm saying? Like these people are fucking, like, people are just like clickbaiting the shit out of this. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody is like doomsdaying this shit, trying to like hit a cash register, man. You know, the official White House account has been compromised. Like, bro, is a rogue intelligence actor hijacking the White House feed to broadcast a siren? Dude, right? Like, and they're watermarking the video? Like, dude, like, what the fuck, bro? Dude. Dude, everything's like nuclear war, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. The fact, though, that he's got a Netanyahu-sounding voice saying yes to its launching soon. Bro. But, like, dude, you know what's fucked up, though, is somebody's going to see this Project Constitution post. I mean, they have almost 300,000 followers. Like, somebody's going to see that, and they're going to think that, like, oh, my God, the White House has been compromised. Like, some brain-dead person is going to see that post. Dude, you know, like, what are we doing, boss? Oh, my God. I mean, that's crazy. I do, however, though, guys, can I just say, I still want to know who those boots belong to. I do, but all right, we're not going to spend all stream hunting the boots. That's my own personal fascination. I want to know who those boots belong to. I'm going to keep an eye out now. I'm going to be watching boots for the next couple weeks. Eventually, I'm going to find the woman wearing those boots, and I'm going to have my aha moment. But so, yeah, it does not seem. But here, guys, here's why I think they did that, though. You ready? Here's why I think they did it, guys. It's because of this, bro. Okay? Because of this. This was yesterday. Okay? Ready? Hold on.
Is it true that Jane Doe 4, the citation is Doe versus Jeffrey Epstein, 1:19 CV 07675, Southern District of New York, received a financial settlement directly from the estate, as her attorney has claimed?
I'm sorry, I don't know who Jane Doe 4 is.
She's the person who has been widely described as alleging that President Trump raped or abused her when she was 13 in the 1980s. And her attorney is out there, has said that she received a settlement from the estate.
Congressman, may I just tell him who Jane Doe 4 is, just so
Yes.
it refreshes him?
Okay, now, think about this. That guy who we're getting the profile of, that is Jeffrey Epstein's accountant. This is a deposition. These guys have been getting called in through Congress. He looks very freaked out, okay? These got released yesterday, guys, okay? Now, Ron Wyden has been doing this money following thing, trying to follow the money that's been coming into Epstein, going out of Epstein. Why is this important? Because a number of things have happened. Number one is Pam Bondi and Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, have released only a partial set of documents, okay? They've released like half of what is in there. Now, we have gone back and remember, dude, it was just a couple days ago, we went and looked at the redactions, okay? Remember the redactions that were going on where an entire page was redacted and then the congressman showed the unredacted thing and everything in that giant black box was Trump. Everything Trump is getting black boxed and to where they removed all of like the Trump information. So Jane Doe 4 is somebody who has alleged some very serious misconduct from Donald Trump. And Jane Doe 4 has been, a lot of people have been skeptical that this person, does she really exist? Was she telling the truth? Was she just a plant? Yada, yada, yada. However, it looks like Jane Doe 4 got a settlement from the Epstein estate, which would be a significant indicator that what she said happened was true. Because obviously they're not going to pay a settlement to a woman. You can't just say, Epstein did something to me, and you go and just collect. They've been like very tight with those settlements, okay? Very tight. I mean, you have to have a lawyer and you have to have a significant amount of proof to get a settlement out of the Epstein estate. And so, yes, this would be a significant admission of guilt if she did in fact get paid a settlement. So now they're asking him about it though, and he's like, wait, who, what's going on?
Okay, I believe I understand who you're referring to. If you don't mind, may you please repeat the question?
Is it true that she received a financial settlement directly from the estate? Her attorney said that she has. I just want to.
I believe that Jane Doe 4 received a settlement via mediation with the estate, I believe in 2025.
Oh, that's last year, guys. That is like, that's crazy.
And her attorney saying she received that settlement because she was a victim of Epstein and President Trump. Is that accurate?
I don't recall the mediation statement or the lawsuit in particular, but
I don't
have
recall.
recollection of President Trump. I know that she alleges that Epstein abused her, but I don't recall President Trump.
I don't recall. Now, I'm telling you though, guys, I don't recall. He's very convincing, isn't he? He recalls some of it, but he doesn't recall all of it. Huh, that's weird. Isn't it funny too, how he didn't even know who she was like a minute ago? And then his lawyer like sidebars with him and explains who it is. And now he's like, oh, now I recall like part of it. Right? Dude, these guys are all so shifty. They are all so dirty. But if, I mean, that mediation statement, though, has to be out there somewhere.
Then I guess it would only be the mediation statement that would be.
I believe she filed a lawsuit, so there was a complaint, which I believe is public. So if I'm not speaking correctly, we could look at the complaint and see if she makes that allegation. But I don't recall from the mediation statement that, I don't even actually, now I'm thinking about it, I don't even know if she made a mediation statement. So I don't have any recollection of her making allegations against President Trump.
And do we know why she was ineligible to receive the compensation from the Epstein Victims Compensation Program?
See, that's an interesting question because there was a program for people abused by Epstein, right? If you were abused by Jeffrey Epstein, there was a program designed to provide for those women. But this is like apparently a separate. This victim did not go into the Epstein Victims Program in order to get a settlement. She had a completely separate settlement negotiated, which if she had just been abused by Epstein, why would that have happened? Right? She would have gone into the Epstein's victim program like all the other Epstein victims did. But this one was negotiated separately. And now, though, apparently he's like, oh, I don't think she had a mediation statement. Wait a second. Now, dude, his memory is very, vibrantly alive, isn't it? It's evolving.
The Epstein Victims Compensation Program, in my view, is a great success. And I'm very happy that that was the first thing I did as co-executor to set up that program. There were 136 claimants that were paid over $121 million. But there were also many individuals that were deemed ineligible for compensation. I believe what you're implying is she was deemed ineligible for compensation. With the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, as co-executors, we wanted to have no involvement. We said that the program could pay out unlimited funds from the estate. There was no limit to any award. Jordy Feldman, who ran the Victims Compensation Program, did not share with us the individuals' packets that they submitted with their allegations against Epstein and or the estate. So I don't know, I never saw the packet. The only information we received as co-executors were the individuals' names and the award that they received, or a list of the individuals that were deemed ineligible.
The last point, then, so I just to get on the record, Jane Doe Ford did get a settlement. You don't know anything beyond it, but she was given a.
So, dude, think about these guys, okay? Because this guy, Richard Kahn, and another guy, Darren Indyke, those two guys are like managing Epstein's estate in his death, right? He's dead, and I mean, can you imagine what kind of a ghoul you have to be like managing that guy's estate and hiding? Obviously, they're still hiding plenty of his shit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if I was managing his estate, I would be like wanting to out him. And right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be wanting to solve the case, you know? I mean, I would not, right? Why is this guy a co-executor? So this guy was an accountant, okay? And a couple days before Epstein died, he went in and set up his estate with these co-executors. Like the week that he died, while he was in jail, he set this all up. And then boom, he was dead, right? So he set these guys up like this was something Epstein arranged for these guys. And I mean, they have made some, I don't know, I guess legitimate moves. They did release the birthday book. Remember, after Donald Trump was going to sue the Wall Street Journal, he denied the birthday book and they released the birthday book, which obviously, you know, caught Donald Trump with his fucking pants down. He was not going to sue, right? But, you know, here's another one though, right? Here's another, like, I mean, now they're under fire, you know? I mean, they're initially part of what Epstein tried to do is he tried to set up his estate to prevent them from having to pay out any money. I think that was kind of one of his early desires. Okay. And
during your employment by Mr. Epstein, did you ever become aware of the relationship between him and Donald Trump?
Did I ever become aware of the relationship? Donald Trump is someone that Epstein liked to talk about a lot. Did I become aware of a relationship? I assumed at one point they were friends and they had a falling out, but I don't know
dude, these
what
guys
is true and what is not true.
are so
Were any of
shifty.
his comments about having had a relationship with Trump? Just sort of to try and be a little clearer, what you described was observations that in your telling sounded political in nature. Like, I'm asking whether he made comments that were more social in nature.
Not that I recall.
During your employment,
Dude, not that I recall. So, right? Oh, shit. Yeah, dude. This one right here, though. Dude, this right here, this is the fucking... I feel like that Jane Doe 4 one is going to be the backbreaker. Not that I recall, yeah. Dude, the not that I recall is such a fucking, I don't know. It's a weaselly, right? You know what I'm saying? It's a weaselly. It's a very, not that I recall. Not that, I don't not recall it, but, right? I can't be sure that it didn't happen, right? But I don't recall it happening. Dude. I mean, let me just tell you though, guys. Let me just tell you that if you everybody, you ready for this? Let me put it to you this way. Everybody who makes it into a high-level orbit of corporate accounting or law, or if you are in the high-level orbit of the CEO of a big, billion-dollar company or whatever, you are all very well trained on how to respond to this shit. I mean, before there's a deposition, if you guys have ever known anyone who's been deposed, you meet with your lawyers and you train. I mean, the same way you train for a court case where they instruct you, you learn like how to respond while answering the question without giving away any information. It is like a rehearsal, like an actor preparing for a theater performance, and they're very intensive about it. You will sometimes spend weeks preparing for this shit. And they do this for regular court cases too, for trials. If you have a witness going on, they will even browbeat them in rehearsals and attack them and like lay into them and try to make them cry and shit in the rehearsal in order to prepare them for being cross-examined. I mean, you have to remember that depositions and court cases and all of those things, they're like, I mean, depositions are, you're basically being interviewed on video, but that video is going to be later used in a court case. And ultimately, all court cases is they're a performance for an audience of 12. That's what it is, okay? It's not necessarily about the truth. I mean, you wish it would. You wish it would be about the truth and about getting justice, but it's like an audience of 12 jurors, and it's 2 theater troupes putting on a play in front of the 12 jurors. And whichever play the jurors believe more ends up with the verdict. And that's it. That's literally the American legal system, right? And when you get to these like crazy, like high-powered lawyers, they're just guys that are good at directing believable plays, okay? And so it's, I don't know, dude, these guys, obviously the 2 executors to Epstein's estate are very well versed in the law, the legality. They have lawyers that fucking probably rehearse the shit out of them for these things. But he looks a little peaked in this video, dude. He really does. He does not look comfortable. But isn't that funny though, guys? That this drops yesterday? Although I will say this, can I just say, after watching his deposition, I'm feeling a lot better about my own hair. Dude, I am. I mean, I was noticing the size of my forehead earlier, but I'm really enjoying my hair after watching this thing. Jesus, bro. Dude, I'm feeling way better about my look. All right? So that's all it took. Dude, let's go. I mean, because even though I got the 8 head, I've got some shape up there, boss. It's still like, I still have an attractive coif up at the top, bro. You know what I mean? Let's go. Dude, that's just it. A lot of guys who have my forehead, they don't have good looking hair at the top, but I still have unique, good looking hair up there despite the fucking head, bro. I'm still winning. Winning. Dude, yeah, no, somebody asked for a fucking dance party goal. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's get it. Dance party. Dude, we're going to do the Pine Box version. There it is. Dance party. Let's go. I'm handsome. I do all right. I'm charming, though. I'm charming. But let me just tell you, though, guys. This, right? This is going to be very damning for Donald Trump. Dude, DL, LFG, let's go, baby, kicking us off. Let's go. Let's get it. this is a big problem for Trump here. Okay, with Jane Doe 4, this is a huge problem for Donald Trump. Okay, Nicole, let's go. Enjoy your unique hair. I'm gonna enjoy it while it's still here, Nicole. Thank you. I am, dude. I'm telling you, man. Like people have said to me, dude, they're like, you should shave your head. Dude, I'm not shaving head. Like I'm gonna enjoy my hair until I don't have any more. Cause like I still have some unique hairstyles left in me, boss. I have many years. I mean, my hairline's always been super high, dude. It was high when I was like 16, bro. Right? We got this. But this, okay, this is going to be extraordinarily damning, guys. This Jane Doe 4, this is a big, like Jane Doe 4 is a big situation, okay? It is. This is a big situation for Donald Trump, because for her, like this guy himself said, she didn't qualify for the Epstein victims program, which then you would have to ask, why didn't she qualify, right? If she was a Epstein victim, the normal procedure is for them to go into that Epstein victims program. And if she didn't qualify for that, that could definitely have to do with the extenuating circumstances of, Donald Trump being involved in this thing. Right? Make yourself a man bun. No need, baby. Let's go, Nicole. Thank you, boss. Pine Box Dance Party, LFG. Let's go, Ella. Dude, no Timpu beanie for Tommy. I don't know what a Timpu is, but thank you, JD. But this is like a very, very problematic situation, okay? Because, again, the Epstein's victim program normally handles people that have had a situation with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, going outside the Epstein's victim program, I would tend to believe it would have to then do with other like extenuating factors, like one of Epstein's friends, right? It had to be somebody other than Epstein himself. Or if it was just Epstein and the Jane Doe, that should be covered by the regular victims fund, the regular victim program. Would the payment mean the NDA is no longer in place? I mean, I don't know how they manage the NDAs with the payments or the program. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea how that situation goes. And I'll be quite honest with you. Most of the survivors have not talked a lot about that, any of those aspects. Usually, I think when there is a payment, right? I think when the payment happens, I think there's a twofold agreement that happens where one is an agreement to no longer discuss the case outside of what's already in the public record. And I think there's another agreement that has something to do with no further prosecution or, right? Like, I don't think you get to come back later and offering up new details. I think it's supposed to be like an end point and a silencing point, right? But it's troublesome though, because the women that, were young and went through all that, they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know what I'm saying? Because when you think about it, those women have been traumatized. They're facing like a lifetime of therapy and or, emotional and rehabilitation to recover from this shit. And they don't, many of them have picked up, various addictions and or other self-destructive habits that have come along the way, right? So, I don't know. It's like they get into this, I would imagine what they go through is they feel like, what's really going to happen to these people ever? Anything? Probably not. I bet most of them feel like, you know what? None of these guys are ever getting punished. none of this is ever going to experience any type of justice. Okay. And so like, maybe I should just, make sure that I'm not struggling, I mean, I feel like they're stuck. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of them are stuck. And in many instances, dude, outer space, can't wait for the Pine Box party. Much love, pals. Let's go. Thank you, outer space. I think you know what else is complicated about the Epstein situation is many of these women, okay? Many of these women that have not even like told their stories, right? I mean, there are a handful of survivors like, Haley Robson, Virginia Giuffre, Sarah Ransom, they're Marie and Annie Farmer. There are a handful of them, right, that are, have become like outspoken sort of fighters and doing the media. But like, guys, there are like hundreds that probably have gone through their life. Many of them have even gotten married, and maybe they never even told their husband. I mean, I don't know how much experience you've had knowing like people who've been SA'd, especially when it happened when they were young, but some people don't ever really talk about that stuff. Some people just bury that shit. They do. I mean, it's varying levels of trauma. Not everybody responds to trauma the same way. There are many. That's why some of these survivors were freaked out by the way Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche released the files, because they actually outed some of these women. They released unredacted videos. They released their names and shit. And so some of these women who had never told their families or never told their spouses were now like put out into the public. They were publicly outed. And that kind of shit is brutal. So now they're going to get re-traumatized. You don't know. I mean, we have no right to judge how somebody who's been victimized like chooses to deal with it. Some people talk about it, go to therapy. Some people bury that shit and they just, have to operate like it never happened. And so many of those women went and got settlements with a lawyer and remained as Jane Does. And then they're living out there. Maybe they're married, whatever. They may have kids of their own. And maybe nobody in their life even knows they were a part of this thing. Because you do have to realize that with something as big as like Jeffrey Epstein, it's like all the women are like tainted. You know what I'm saying? They are. They're like tainted. Because somebody, if you find out somebody near you was part of this Epstein thing, like then that becomes the thing that defines them. Because this case is like so big and so much larger than life. And I mean, you've seen it. You see how there are a bunch of people that respond negatively to these women. There are many people who like say, oh, they loved it. And now they're saying they were traumatized later, just trying to get money. I mean, you know how a lot of men are in America. They're fucking extraordinarily shitty when it comes to this stuff. So, I mean, I can totally understand why many women would not want anyone to know about this, because they don't want to be defined by being part of this ginormous case. So everywhere they go, people are like whispering about them, and half of the people feel bad for them, and the other half think they're like some type of like sneaky thieves, I mean, dude, it's just so high profile that if, once a Jane Doe becomes somebody that is known, then they're hunted and badgered and they'll never be able to do anything in their life that isn't like, they'll be an Epstein survivor / victim for the rest of their life. That's all they'll be. And so it's a really tough place, I think, for somebody who has been through that. Like, I can't imagine that, especially when this comes up. And if you look at those women, they were, they were 14. So when all this shit happens, right? Epstein dies in 2019. Maybe they're 24 or 29 years old. And at that point, that 24-year-old, 25, 29, maybe 30-year-old woman, she now has to make a decision of like, fuck, I have to make a decision right now that could affect the rest of my life. Do I want to be in the media spotlight like Virginia Giuffre and these other women where I can't ever go anywhere without being the Epstein girl for the remaining like 50 years of my life? Or do I want to just be a Jane Doe and go and get a settlement and pretend like this shit never happened and maybe go have a life that is not defined by Jeffrey Epstein, right? And so I guess I kind of understand the women who don't want anyone to know. They just want to like get a settlement so they can heal their shit, and then they want to move on and not spend the rest of their life just being one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Like, to me, that makes so much sense. Okay. And I mean, I'm a survivor of sexual abuse, but it's like nobody knows it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you guys know it because I share it, but it's not like when you're an Epstein survivor, everywhere you go, that's all you are. You're like famous for being an Epstein victim, right? Being an Epstein survivor. And that's like, not everybody wants to live like that, you know? You know what I mean? And so I get it. I get why a lot of women probably just like stayed quiet, got a settlement, and then just moved on with their life, you know? Because the reality is, I mean, the whole government is covering up for these guys. You know, why haven't they been charged? Well, there's a number of reasons why they haven't been charged, outer space. Number one is the government has been protecting these people, okay, for 30 years. Okay, that's number one. The biggest institution in America that is supposed to protect the citizens is protecting the billionaires. The other reason, guys, is just the nature of SA. I mean, the reality is, in most instances, the only people that know about the SA are the victim and the perpetrator. And unfortunately, because the perpetrator is, you know, if the perpetrator is a wealthy billionaire businessman, society almost always, 99% of the time, is going to believe him, right? And if you look around, okay, let me just tell you, you ever heard the phrase gold digger? Right? You know the term, right? Gold digger, right? It's been in a million songs. You've heard it on 1,000 TV shows. So society invented a phrase called with the term gold digger to describe a woman who's like just using a man to try and get some of his money. Well, no, but they invented that phrase. So every time a woman accuses a man of something, he just pays her off. And society says, oh, she must have been a gold digger, right? That's why it's there. It's like you hear that phrase enough, so then the men use the concept of that as like, yeah, she's just trying to shake me down for money, right? And because you have been taught that women seek out men and date men only to take their money, when a rapist uses that defense, you are more likely to believe it because you've been conditioned to believe that some women are gold diggers. And it's not what gold digger means, but it's the purpose of having that gold digger around. That's why they have those types of social like phrases, okay? You know what I'm saying? Ella, let's go. Let's go, appreciate you. But here's the deal, guys. When you say some women are gold diggers, no, that's bullshit. There are men that like live with women who work where the men don't have jobs. There are people that get into relationships with people with money of all stripes, or you know what I'm saying? Like people use people for all sorts of shit. Some people use people for relationships for money. Some people will date people because they're famous or some people will date people because they have certain types of connections. You know what I'm saying? But you know, right? It's like, it's not just women, okay? But Gen W, let's go. But what I'm saying though is we grow up in a society, okay, that teaches you that women do that. And then that concept later gets used by men to get out of all manner of shit. Okay? You know what I'm saying? When in actuality, right? In actuality, if you look at the history of men and women in society, like, men have enslaved women for thousands of years, right? You know what I'm saying? So, right? So, I mean, to me, I guess, like, you know, it's like the same shit with child support and shit like that, you know, that people talk about, you know, like a lot of guys will say, oh, the system is slanted against me when, you know, when I get divorced from a woman. But, like, there's a reason why it's created like that, is because women have been fucking basically enslaved for thousands of years, dude. Right? I mean, it's pretty fucked up. The history of marriage is not a pretty one. Women have been abused in society for thousands of years. And I'll be honest, guys, like, you know, I mean, I don't think we're gonna see a like, I don't think we're gonna see a way out of that in our lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, like, I don't know, dude. We have a long way to go about that shit. You know? But well, and, you know, Epstein got a solicitation charge. Your parents had an ugly divorce? Yeah, I mean, dude, like, divorce and separations and all that shit is tough. Let me just tell you from my own experience, guys, that, like, my experience, my son's mom and I were never married, okay? And we had an arrangement that originally was based on, like, you know, I mean, I was in the beginning of it, I was, like, getting over, like, an addiction. And so, you know, it started with me having my son, like, one night a week. And we did all this without the courts. We decided on an amount of child support. And then I had my son one night a week. And then it became 2 nights a week. And then it became 3 nights a week. And then it became like 3 nights a week and whenever she was at work. And so pretty soon I, like, had him more than she did because I was covering all her work and I worked at night when she had him on her nights. So we had a good arrangement that was very beneficial to me. But then when I got in a relationship with Jenny, it started getting complicated. Once Jenny came around, there was, like, a tension that was introduced. And then she started like sort of having his grandma watch him at times that I would normally watch him. And it started feeling like, I don't know, it started feeling a little weird. It started feeling like maybe she was going to change our arrangement. And so ultimately what happened was I was worried that she might change the arrangement and I would have no recourse. So what prompted me to get a lawyer was I wanted a guarantee that nothing would change. Okay. And so, but then I went about it in a very ruthless way. Okay. I did. I went and got I found the lawyers that, like, represent, like, the Portland Trailblazers and shit, right? Like the high powered, like, high moneyed lawyers. And I went and hired one of them. Okay. I went and hired, like, a powerhouse fucking lawyer because I was like, dude, if I'm going into a legal agreement that's going to involve like me, you know, having custody with my fucking, you know, kid, I'm going to get somebody that is like really good at this shit. Okay. And I did. And so I hired, you know, and it was hard because she, you know, went to a much more reasonable sort of community lawyering kind of thing. And so her lawyer was like no match for the people that I hired. And then we, you know, went to mediation and, you know, when you hire a high powered lawyer, they know the mediators and they know the judges. And like, so it was a very, you know, like you're just in really good hands. There's not a lot of surprises. And the conflict did get resolved and we negotiated an agreement, and it was very good for me, right? Like I got a lot of guarantees about, you know, the time, and we guaranteed all the holidays and we arranged something so nobody had any questions. However, it caused a lot of disturbance. You know what I'm saying? It was a process that, because of, you know, the fact that I got a very high powered, you know, like ruthless attorney that was going to argue for my rights and make sure that I didn't get caught out of anything. And the lawyers, you know, my lawyers sort of bulldozed her lawyers a lot of the times to, you know what I'm saying? Right. It's like a lot of, you know, I was going to make sure that I didn't get, you know, like X'd out of the deal. Okay. But it created a lot of ill will, guys. Okay. It created a lot of ill will. Like the process, even though when it was done, you know, everything settled down and it was good to have the boundaries and the rules, because then there was no question about how things worked. But, you know, at the end though, you still like, there was a lot of like a bad taste in his mother's mouth. Like she did not like going through that process. And she didn't like either, because she thought it was going to come out a lot differently than it did. Because what ended up happening is it became essentially a 50-50 split. And they reduced my child support because of like how much I had been taking care of him for years. And so that was like, she didn't like that either, the reduced child support. I didn't think that was going to happen, but the court was like, dude, he's paying way too much. And so like, there's a lot of, you know, like ill will going on about that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know, dude. That shit is rough, dude. Like, you know, and I don't know. It causes a lot of tension. Like, I don't know a lot, you know, I don't know if there's ever a good way to go through it. You know what I'm saying? Because I will say this, guys, there are very, very few instances where you go through that process and one of those parties doesn't come out like very injured. Okay. That's just it. I think one of the parties is going to come out feeling very like worked over, you know what I mean? It's true. It's like, there are very few instances because it's always like a power dynamic thing, right? Because somebody's going to get, in most instances, unless both of the parties are from like wealthy families, in most instances, like one of the parties, whether it's the mother or the father, are going to get like the fancier lawyer, and the you know, it's like the person who gets the best lawyer has the best shot. Oh shit, dude, we got 5 minutes. All right, we got to cook here. You know what I'm saying? We need 23 and 5, baby. You know, but I mean, the lawyer for me was a good investment because the amount I saved in child support over the remaining 9 years was like, you know, it was definitely a good investment. And I mean, I wasn't stingy with money. You know, I mean, anytime Bryce needed something, it didn't matter what household he was in. Like, I never had a problem with that. You know, Maine steals kids. I don't know what that means. But guys, if we want a dance party, we got to roll, baby. Somebody say dance. Let's go. Dude, we got to hustle. We got 3.5 minutes, and it looks like we need 22, bro. Dude, it's been 30 for months, right? It's been 30 for months. Let's go, chat. Let's go, baby. Dude, Jenna, let's go. Dude, we got this. Aaron Parnas had a baby girl. Let's go. Oh, shit. You know a guy who owes $100K? Jesus. Dude, I mean, he must have fucking some pretty big money. All right, here we go. 3 minutes. Dude, we're almost there, baby. We got this. We got it. Oh, shit. Hello. Hello, comrade. Dude, you're saying Maine steals the children? Dude, I gotta fucking pay attention to the goal. He made $15 an hour in 1999. He owes $100K. How is that possible? Dude, what's up, NSA? Dude, there's no way. Oh, shit. All right, 19. We got this. It's fucking 2 minutes. That's plenty of time. Dude, let's go. NSA, let's go, baby. Dude, California? Yeah, I mean, we weren't married, so there was no spousal support. And yes, there have been a couple people, like a couple Republicans. Dude, let's go. Dude, Feedleash, thank you. Dude, there have been a couple Republicans that have been greased by, all right, 1:35. Let's go, NSA, let's go, baby. We got this. There have been a couple Republicans that have been hit with child trafficking charges lately. Dude, it is like one of them is that crazy woman who wore a Trump hat to her wedding, and she's abusing kids. Dude, Victor, let's go. 1 minute, guys. Dude, we got 16. We got this. 1 minute. Oh, shit. Here we go. Here we go. Coming in hot. Hey, yo, hey, yo. Put a little music on. What do we got? Oh, shit. We got a little Radiant in the background. 50 seconds. I wonder. Dude, let's go, NSA. Let's go. $30 seconds. Halfway there. All right, we're obviously not going to make it 30 seconds, but we'll extend it by a couple minutes, dude. Let's go. Dude, Ella. Dude, yeah, no, the Republicans, I feel like it is literally almost like a requirement. Dude, Paula, let's go. Dude, it's almost like it's a requirement, dude. Petrazi, let's go, baby. All right, so where are we at? We're at 18, so we're 12 away, dude. Let's go. 11 away. Here we go. 11 away. Dude, the rape Republicans. Dude, it's true. I'm serious. There are so many, okay? There are so many. Dude, Jenna, let's go. 10 more. there are so many that are like it is like almost every MAGA is like an abuser of kids. You know what I'm saying? How much time do we have left in this song? All right, we have another 3 minutes in this song, dude. We'll extend it through the song. Let's go. I will never be alone again. 𝗙ecie, let's go. There we go. 9 left. We're almost there. Dude, it feels like it's an occupational hazard of all MAGA Republicans to be some type of an abuser. Like, you know, I mean, and beyond like these people that are like having the SA issues, even when you look at like their Republican fucking, you know, the guys with the Nazi chats and the N-words and like they're just rife with abuse, right? They're rife with abuse and all that kind of shit, you know? Let's go. We're 10 away. 10 away from the dance party. There it is, 9 away. Let's go, James. Dude, yeah, they are scummy. Nine more. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they say. You're radiant. I know that you will understand. Let's go. Did somebody say dance party? Yes, they did, Nick. We're 8 away. 7 away. You're radiant. Here we go. Oh, 7 away. Almost there. Let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, reverb? No, delay. Delay. But in the same family, I suppose. I love the vocal effects. 6 away. Let's go, 𝗙ecie, LFG punks. Here it is. In your eyes. We still have to look at the robots. Dude, Nameless Nick, 5. Let's go, baby. The robots and the Erika Kirk scandal are coming up. Oh my God, dude. The Erika Kirk shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for calling him out on his arranged marriage back in the day. I mean, dude, you know, I thought that was pretty weird, right? You know, when somebody like, you know, I don't know, that shit is weird to me. No, dude, Erika is fucking like, dude, they're in some trouble, guys. And this is good. I mean, we've been talking about how they're eking their way into high schools and shit, but something major went down in Arizona. And this is going to lead to a significant lawsuit. And I think right now it does look like Erika Kirk, like I gotta kill the music for this because this could end up in the video. But let me just say that the behavior that Erika Kirk engaged in, we're going to look at ASU, it's going to lead to a major lawsuit and could very likely lead to the TPUSA chapter at Arizona State University being closed, being shut down. And this is like the original chapter. That was the very first chapter founded by Charlie Kirk, because some significant fuckery has gone on. And what's more, you're starting to realize, like the whole country is going to realize, that Erika Kirk is a shifty, lying, deceptive biatch. Okay? She is a biatch, right? She is so deceptive, guys. I mean, she is like a scoundrelly fucking liar. Okay. Let me just tell you, she is a degenerate liar. Okay. And that is a big problem. We have 5 more, guys. All right. We're going to go. Let's set a timer here for whatever. What time is it? It's 11:34. All right. We're going to go 5 minutes to nail these last 5 for the dance party. All right. Let's go. She's CIA? I don't know about that. Dude, I know now everybody that people don't like is like, or everybody that people don't trust are Mossad. There's like a weird, right? There's a weird thing going on now in America. I mean, do you guys not feel that? Doesn't it feel like the rise in social media and in conspiracy theories that people are trying to, like, what they did with communism in the 40s is now like Mossad, right? Like everybody is like trying to use like Israeli intelligence the way they used to accuse everybody of being communist. I don't think it's good for us, guys, to go down this road where we decide everything that's bad in the world is coming from like one, intelligence agency or one type of like, I don't know, that shit just feels a little too easy, right? I mean, it feels like the same shit that Trump's trying to do with immigrants or the religious people are trying to do with, transgender people, where I don't think it's that simple. I don't think that everything in the world is emanating from one intelligence outfit in this one country of like 10 million people, or, the same way that in the 40s, there wasn't some communist Russian plot that was infiltrating American society. But man, you sure thought there was. That's what the news was talking about. That's what everyone in government was talking about. Are you a communist? I think you're a communist. I think you're a communist. There were hearings about people saying, I'm not a communist, and people were being blackballed, and it was like a hysteria that develops, and I feel like some people are doing that with Mossad now. It's like the new, you know what I'm saying? It's like the new sort of thing. Yeah, but when you say that Robert Maxwell was Mossad, like George Bush was CIA, you know what I'm saying? So like that's what's so weird about that. The abusers of kids are not drag queens. They are not, Paula. 4 more. I mean, that's just it. If you say that Robert Maxwell was associated with Mossad, but like we had several CIA presidents, we have Governor Spanberger in Virginia is CIA, fucking, what's her name in Michigan? The senator from Michigan that I don't like is CIA. Dude, LFG punks, let's go. Watch, save kids. Let's go. You know what I mean? So it's hard because like there are a lot of people. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆, yes, thank you, Alyssa 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆. And the point being though is like those intelligence agencies have a lot of people that work for them and a lot of different facets to them, and we don't even really know what that even means, right? Like, what does being CIA mean? I don't even know what that means. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know what like movies make me think it means. Dude, killer hair, let's go. All right, 2 more, guys. Dose away. Thank you, Eli. Killer hair, dude. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know what some of that stuff means, Right? Looks like Ghislaine and Epstein continued Maxwell's work. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Like when you say continued Maxwell's work, like I don't exactly know what that means, right? Because if you look at Robert Maxwell, like Ghislaine's dad, he owned a bunch of tabloid newspapers and he was a thief. Okay. Somebody who's really big in media is going to be connected to a lot of people at high levels of government or industry, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I know Elon Musk, he knows he's connected to people in the CIA, like all, you know, I'm sure Bill Gates, Bezos, I think all of those wealthy people, especially if you're in certain industries, media, you might be connected to people, have connections at various levels of government. But I mean, ultimately, Robert Maxwell was a thief, dude. He was raiding the retirement of his employees. So he owned a bunch of tabloid newspapers, and he was probably, as a tabloid newspaper owner, was involved in like planting stories to help various government and business officials, right? The same way that David Pecker does for Donald Trump, right? With the National Enquirer, like, you know, a lot of those tabloid media, they use that to protect powerful people and you know, catch and kill stories and shit. But ultimately, Robert Maxwell was stealing money, dude. He was looting, like he didn't even have a lot of money. He was looting the pension funds of all of his employees. That's how he was buying yachts and shit. So I don't even know what, you know, it's not like he was some giantly well-paid dude that was doing some grand government scheme. He was like embezzling, right? He was a fucked up embezzler, you know what I mean? And, you know, so there's a lot of stories. I just don't know if we know what is like accurate or not accurate, right? Because in hindsight, you know, if you want to believe that Maxwell was like working for intelligence agencies, setting up big political figures, then I'm sure we can connect the dots. And I'm not saying he wasn't, because he may well have been, but I don't know. He also seemed really undisciplined and sloppy. And like somebody, like, for example, if you have somebody that is a government asset, right? Like say Jeffrey Epstein was an asset of the CIA or Mossad or whatever, the fucking Russian, like whatever agency. I don't think they would let him be like grabbing teenage girls from a high school and bringing him in and out of his house like that, because it would endanger their whole secret program. Like they would really, you know what I'm saying? I feel like if he was actually an asset, that would be endangering the whole thing, that reckless behavior. Like I feel like that shit would have gotten reined in. They wouldn't have let that go for years until he actually got arrested. Now, he was obviously connected to intelligence, Ehud Barak. He was connected to the Israeli government. He was connected to Bill Clinton, to the U.S. government. He was connected to, you know, Les Wexner and Bill Gates and Peter Thiel and like all of these billionaires. So he was connected to everybody, and he was definitely involved in some shit. But I just don't know if he was an actual asset, because he behaved so irresponsibly. And they were like writing, even before he got arrested, they were writing like Vanity Fair articles about him. Okay, if you are a CIA or a Mossad asset, they're not going to have you like being the subject of a Vanity Fair, like, ooh, the eligible bachelor piece. You know, that would be like a huge no-no. The people would be like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Our whole operation is now in danger because this guy is like becoming, you know, a tabloid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, that seems really unlikely. Like real assets tend to be people that are not in the limelight, you know? It'd be very dangerous. All right, we need 2 more, guys. Let's go. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do know, though, he was connected specifically around surveillance with a lot of people, right? You know what I'm saying? Like he was, and he was absolutely protected by the U.S. government. Like, absolutely. He was protected by the fucking government, boss, in a major fucking way, dude. You know what I mean? There was something, you know, especially after you read what's her name's book, right? When you read Julie K. Brown's book, Perversions of Justice, or you go to the Miami Herald, you read all her articles, I have never seen a perpetrator of a crime get protected by the U.S. government like Jeffrey Epstein. Like, seriously, this guy got out of like the craziest shit, guys. I shit you not. Dude, Shin, let's go, baby. One away. All right, let's close it out, dude. Dude, seriously. Like, unreal. The level of protection this guy, you just don't get out of what he got out of. Like, you know, like serious commanding, you know, he was seriously getting out of some shit, guys. Okay? All right, last one, baby. And Erika Kirk was, I mean, I have not established that. I have not found an established connection with Erika Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein yet. I've not found that. I've found some conjecture, right? Dude, Amy, let's go. Let's go. There it is. There's some conjecture there, right? With the Faith Kates and the next model, but I have not found any direct link, right? The real estate company, that's not a direct link either. I mean, the real estate company, he's not the only person they handled, right? But I mean, there's like hundreds of people that work for Corcoran Group, and many of them don't have anything to do with him. I mean, there's suspicion, and if I ever find a direct link, I'll absolutely trumpet that. But right now, there's not a direct link. There's maybes, but like, you know what I'm saying? But anybody, right? Anybody that is like, for example, Erika Kirk was in Trump's pageants. Erika Kirk's parents were defense contractors. Like, she has many routes to the Corcoran Group or those things. But she got there somehow, right? Like, somebody vouched for her because she was not a well-known, like, talented real estate agent. So she either got that job at the Corcoran through Trump or through her parents or through Faith Kates from Next Model, which apparently she may have worked for Next Model Management. But somebody in her, you know, connections realm got her that job. But that, you know, that's a maybe connection. But we haven't substantiated it yet. Now, we could find out more. There's still 3 million files out there. So it's a strong possibility. But I just haven't seen the connection yet. But my point being is this, is now that we are all in this conspiracy theory, Mossad, you know, crazy mindset where we're assuming that everything that's going on is connected, we're starting to like try to make everything connected, right? Which means like, you know, there are people out there that are like, you know, Jeffrey Epstein and whatever went on with him is what killed Charlie Kirk, which is what is putting us to war in Iran. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know, maybe that's true, but I guess, guys, I just, you know what I'm saying? I just don't know that everything is always that smoothly and simply connected, right? It's, you know what I mean? And no, the thing about Erika Kirk is she never sold a piece of real estate. Like, she was at Corcoran. I don't even know what she did there, but she never sold any real estate. But what I have discovered is this, guys, in my days is like, I feel like people aren't really that good at like keeping secrets. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't believe that, like, I don't believe that 5 people are necessarily like making all the decisions for all the governments in the world. Now, there are certain things, if you look at like Trump and Netanyahu, okay, I don't think that's a Mossad thing. I don't even know if that's related to Epstein, but I do know that Benjamin Netanyahu used to sleep in Jared Kushner's bed because he was friends with Charles Kushner. So Donald Trump is like, Netanyahu is like a close family friend of his son-in-law. So there's a connection between Trump and Netanyahu that may have something to do with Epstein and some greater thing, but it could just be it's Jared's fucking dad's friend. And so we're going to fucking like give that guy a whole bunch of leeway because he's a family friend. And it is gross. And Charles Kushner is gross. He's a fucking crook. You know what I'm saying? Jared's dad is a crook. Donald Trump is a crook. I mean, that's the hard thing. All of these guys are fucking crooks, right? You know what I mean? You know, but again, even this, when you're saying, dude, you, like, let me give you an example, okay? Like somebody in chat just said Epstein to Peter Thiel, Brexit, just the beginning. Okay, you know how many times I have sent an email like that to somebody being like, man, what Trump just did right now, let me just tell you, I'm going to fill you in on details at lunch, dude. What Trump's doing right now is just the beginning. Now, if you took that email and I was the center of some intrigue, you could look at some of the emails I've sent to my friends and you would think that I was like divulging insider information, right? I mean, if, you know, like, I'm sure like all of us have a situation where we have thoughts on Brexit. Epstein knew Trump, right? He was friends with Trump. So Epstein could be like, that's not what Trump's really doing right now. But that could also just be Epstein thinking he knows, like, I know Trump, so I know what Trump's really up to. But that doesn't mean Epstein has some crazy insider information, right? It's just once we've elevated Epstein, that's why Epstein could type something to Peter Thiel that is just him having a political opinion. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, I don't know. Like, some of this could very well be some crazy elaborate thing, or it could be a whole bunch of us, like, you know, transposing our, like, feelings of powerlessness on it. I think, though, what really needs to happen is like, we need to see the rest of those files. You know what I'm saying? We need to see the rest of those files. But let me just tell you something, guys. Can I show you something that I feel like is important on this? Like, let me just share this with you, and then we're going to go to the Erika Kirk stuff. But I think this is relevant. And it was an article I was reading today on Kinzinger's Substack, okay? And look at what Adam Kinzinger wrote today, okay? On his Substack, okay? Adam Kinzinger wrote about these oil trades, okay? Look at this shit, guys. I think this is very relevant, okay, to what we're talking about with Epstein. And we're going to talk a lot about this because it could be a huge conspiracy. It could be nothing. We do need to look at it. But I do want to show you something here where he talks about how like $1.5 billion of oil futures were bought right before Trump tweeted. So we know that somebody in the Trump admin or Trump family is literally like making these huge oil future plays, and they're doing it with like multiple accounts to try and make it look like it's not one person, but there's somebody who's opening like 7 to 10 accounts and buying these oil futures, and it's like clearly connected to Trump's tweets. Okay, now what he goes in here and says is he says that this, I want to read you this, okay? You ready? So here, he said, I was in Congress during the years when insider trading among members became a national scandal. We debated it, legislated around it, eventually passed the Stock Act in 2012. Why? Because all these Congress people had inside information, right? And yes, members of Congress had real advantages. You know a bill is coming. You know a defense contract is about to be awarded. You know a regulatory decision is weeks away. That information acted upon is an unfair edge. Now listen to this next part. But here's the thing about congressional inside trading that people forget. There's still friction, okay? There are 435 members in the House, 100 in the Senate. Information leaks. Legislation falls apart. A bill you think's going to pass gets killed in committee. News spilled. Whips miscalculate, right? So meaning that when you add the 535 members of Congress and the whole world, there's not a guarantee, right? There's a bunch of friction. Even if somebody is trying to ram something through the House, it can get derailed and fall apart, okay? So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because somebody who knows the president, who knows when he's tweeting, could pull off that 1.5 billion or whatever. But like the rest of the people are using their insider information with this big friction. And how this applies to Epstein and these grand schemes is like when you look at something like Brexit, okay, and you have like all of these European governments, there's no way to engineer that. Okay, you can't engineer, like somebody can't even engineer 535 members of the US Congress because there's too much friction. There's too many variables. You know, the thing can break down. Okay, you like one guy knowing when Trump's gonna tweet can go out and do something. But when you're trying to manage all 535 members of Congress, or every government agency has to act in a certain way to pull off this thing, it becomes much less likely. So a bunch of guys trying to influence European politics or trying to influence shit that's going on across the pond is one thing, okay? But what I'm saying is I don't believe a handful of people could get like 20 countries to all engage in perfect behavior in order to like carry out some grander sort of thing. And that's where like some of that, for me, some of those conspiracy theories seem really unlikely. Like manipulating a handful of government like people is one thing, but you know, like thinking that a room full of people are engineering like the civil rights movement, or people are engineering the fucking, you know, like an entire like global conspiracy seems very unlikely. You don't see my point? I mean, my point's real simple. My point is when looking at somebody like Jeffrey Epstein and his wealthy friends, I don't think they were capable of like, you know, influencing like mass numbers of governments in like Europe to engage in certain behavior. I don't believe that like the civil rights movement was engineered or right. You know what I'm saying? Like there are people that believe that the transgender and LGBTQ rights movements were cooked up in a room and have been executed by some global conspiracy of people. And so I don't believe that, like, you know, with all of like the way society ebbs and flows and shit, I don't think you can like, you know, a handful of people can enact an entire global social change the same way that you can't pick which content is going to go viral on a social media platform. Like, you know, things have like societies and people, and what people connect to and what sinks in and what takes off is not necessarily controllable, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's like the same shit they do with George Soros, where they believe he's leading all of like the social movements. And I mean, I've experienced a lot of, you know, in the last 20 years, working on platforms like Facebook and MySpace and TikTok and YouTube and Twitch, okay? And you know, I know that people engage in all manner of disinformation campaigns, and people will like be catalysts and will instigate things. But I also know that society has a life of its own, and so do people and governments and legislatures. And so nothing is, you know, like it's a lot. I think in people's heads, okay, people are, you know, I think in, you know, people like to like create these neatly packaged things that are being executed. Like, I just don't think it's that simple. Like, obviously, if you look at something like Brexit, okay, there were many different forces that were pushing for Brexit, or, right? You know, there's a lot of different forces that are always pushing for things. The same way that there are different forces pushing for, you know, the war in Iran right now, or there are different forces pushing, right? Like Erika Kirk is a force pushing to get Club America into high schools. You know what I mean? And like, you know, they're like everybody that has money and everybody that has power is pushing for things. But what I'm saying though is that I don't believe it's like they're all pushing for the same thing. I think that a lot of, right, like even if you look at like the banking system, everybody that has power in that banking system, they're probably pushing for more than one thing. I mean, this idea that the whole world's elites are all pushing for one unique outcome just feels a little like, that feels a little bit like people believing in Jesus. It does. It feels like it's a type of religion that is being created for people to doomsday and believe that we don't have any control over where society and the world is heading. And I think some of that seems a little unrealistic. And you know why, guys? I mean, I'll give you an example. If I make, okay, if me and 5 friends decide to go on vacation together, it is like hard to get 5 friends to even agree upon like a vacation together, because we all have our own like things we want out of the situation. So this idea that 20 of the world's most powerful people that are all kind of like egomaniacs and sociopaths are all getting together in a room and executing these like societal takeovers, dude, it's so ridiculous, right? With all the variables of like the governments and the societies and the social change and the scandals and all this shit that's coming out. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, dude. All that shit seems pretty fucking wild, right? I mean, there's no doubt that like, you know, that these guys with their AI and their surveillance and shit, they're like building databases and shit. But at the end though, guys, like, I don't think 333 million people in America, I don't think they can be controlled. You know, there's 8 billion people in the world. You know what I'm saying? And to think that like we're going to all be controlled and our society is going to be crafted by a handful of people, like that seems a little bit like believing in Jesus, right? It is. It's like it's a new type of religion that like that we can't do anything, like we have no control. Peter Thiel, I mean, dude, in 20 years Peter Thiel's gonna be dead, bro. You know what I mean? What do you think he's gonna do, boss? Come on now. You know, I mean, the media control is definitely an issue. I mean, dude, there's definitely shit with the media. There is. I mean, you notice it with TikTok, right? That like if you talk about Melania Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, TikTok will hit you with misinformation. Okay. Right? Why? Because Larry Ellison is now like taking over TikTok and he's protecting Donald Trump. Right? But, you know, 5 years ago, the right wingers were saying that Twitter was doing that when they were talking about Donald Trump or COVID. So there is like, you know, was that happening? Were the media like shutting down the right wing? I mean, is the media always protecting someone? You know, I mean, obviously we worry about the media being controlled by 6 people or 6 families. We have to break that shit up. But even then, right? Like, I don't know how much active control they have, right? Like they can ping my video for talking about Melania Trump and Jeffrey Epstein as misinformation, but then I could remake that video and get that same story out in a way that they can't ping for misinformation, or it'd be harder for them to ping, right? And like, there's also a million shit on TikTok. Like, can they use that? Like, obviously during the election, they're going to pump up like what Elon Musk did, right? He definitely pumped the feeds with misinformation and shit. And that affects, but like, I don't think it automatically equals like control, you know, it's not as clean, you know what I'm saying? Right. But I'll look at the blue sky thing eventually. I'll get to blue sky and look at it. Guys, let me just tell you, okay? I just don't believe in the concept of being powerless. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So, I mean, you have to look at, when you think about this shit, you have to look about like, where are you going to get your power, right? Like, are you going to sit there and, you know, I mean, can you stop Peter Thiel's thing? And you know what I mean? Like, you know, you have to look at like, what power do you have? And I tend to try to stay focused in like, what power do I have? Or where can I get power, instead of like, oh my God, like for example, if you ready? Let me just give you an example. If you have Peter Thiel and you have Peter Thiel's whole thing mapped out, like his grand plan that is now, or like Project 2025, right? We can look at Project 2025. We can be like, aha, oh shit, oh fuck. Like they're executing it. But then at the point is like, okay, where's your power? You know what I mean? Like, what power do you have, and what can you be doing to exercise your power? You know what I mean? Because like, even when somebody says we have to put the right people in office, but you don't know who the right people are. And if they own all 6 media, if all the media is owned by the same group, how do you even know who the right people are? Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you wanted to get into conspiracy theories, you could say, well, who's to say that Hassan and a bunch of these left-wing creators aren't part of the conspiracy? Right? Right? I mean, we don't think they are because we think they're fighting it, but like, in theory, could it not be a conspiracy that's bringing a whole bunch of leftist content creators that are starting a whole nother wing? I mean, you don't know. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying like, I just think conspiracy theories are dangerous because where do you stop, right? Where do you stop with that shit, right? You know, I mean, surveillance is a real problem, right? But like, guys, like this is surveillance. You know what I'm saying? When you say like surveillance is a problem, but like we're all participating in the surveillance, like you are never going to be able to have a cell phone and not be surveilled. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's so crazy about this, right? Like, you know, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? We're all gonna participate in the surveillance system? Dude, Elf, let's go. You saw the jersey. Let's go. Thank you, Elf. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. Let's go. I just know, guys. Hold on. But sounds like I'm sort of giving in. How am I giving in? I'm giving in because I'm not spending my days tracking a dozen conspiracy theories over shit that I can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how are you, like, reading about Peter Thiel every day? How are you doing anything about it? You're not. You're using your phone. You're typing about it in a Twitch chat. You know what I mean? I mean, if you were running for Congress and getting in there, maybe you'd be doing something about it. But, like, if I spend all day, like, you know, monitoring news or spend all day tracking, like, Peter Thiel's grand master plan, like, unless I get in government, what am I going to do with that information? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do with it? Like, even with age verification, like, you know, that shit is like, dude, the surveillance state, like, you need to, I think you need to run for Congress, you know? You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. The conspiracy theory shit. See, guys, you know, so the thing is this, is like, you know, I believe the rich are manipulating markets. Okay, I do, 𝗙cie, but I don't believe, and I believe they're surveilling us and they're monetizing us and using our data. I don't believe that a wealthy cabal is like crafting fucking society or whatever. No, I don't. I believe that society is really unpredictable, and there's 8 billion people in the world, and you can't easily control 8 billion people. I've been a manager. I've run my own business multiple times, right? And Elf, dude, thank you, boss. So I think, you know, America is 330 million people. And so, no, I don't believe, I mean, but guys, dude, the right wing literally believes George Soros is controlling all the people. And now the left wing is like Peter Thiel is controlling all the people, right? I mean, sure, are people being manipulative and spreading disinformation and accumulating political power? Absolutely. But you know, I don't believe that Peter Thiel is controlling society any more than I believed George Soros was controlling society. Okay? And so, yeah, I don't buy into that. And that's fine. But I'm never going to buy into that. You know what I mean? I just, you know. But anyway, I'm moving on to Erika Kirk, okay? You know, because this is like fucking, you know, I don't understand what your point is here, right? You know what I mean? Is like that, like, you know, you guys are all like, you know, I feel like we have some control here, right? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, let's go. We're moving on. You don't understand my point? My point is real simple, is that I think people are creating a lot of conspiracy theories because they feel really powerless. And I think creating a bunch of conspiracy theories is not going to get you any power. You know, that's my point. My point is like, don't live in a bunch of conspiracy theories that render you powerless. Okay? That's my point. And I think that's a good point. Okay? I think stay in the real world and develop communities. Okay? And like, you know, and really, I mean, if you really, really want to have an impact, run for office. You know what I'm saying? You know? I mean, that's my point. And I think it's a legitimate point. Because the way I got here, guys, was I said that the left wing are starting to conspiracy theory like the right wing did. You know what I mean? And like a lot of it centers around Epstein, and a lot of it centers around like this new fear of like the power of Israel. And a lot of it centers around the surveillance states that are cropping up, which is a very real issue. But guys, you can't have a cell phone and then be like, if you have a cell phone, you are participating in like the surveillance state, the lack of like I guess the end of privacy as we know it, you know? And like, but I just don't believe that a small group of people have control over the whole world. I think we have a lot of agency, and we need to keep using that agency. And you know, and I guess what's really weird that like is, you know what I'm saying? I guess what's really weird is like the conspiracy theories used to be this thing that were just like a right-wing thing. And now I feel like a lot of left-wingers are really becoming conspiracy people too. And I find that a little alarming, because I feel like when you become deeply into the conspiracy realm, you become much more easily manipulatable, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think that's fucking, you know, I think that it's becoming like a modern religion in the age of AI, that like there's a new religion that's forming that is like Mossad, Peter Thiel, you know, like, you know what I mean? There's a new religion of like, oh, all these deities and shit, you know? And like I feel like that's bothersome. It is, dude. That shit's getting wild. But all right, I'm moving on. I'm not going to argue about this, because I'm not going to become a conspiracy rabbit holer, dude. I do admit I may be ignorant. No, I keep an eye on like that stuff. I just don't live in that fucking realm. There's a lot of news to cover, and there's a lot of places we can have an impact. Okay. And I think me, you know, watching conspiracy theory videos about Peter Thiel is not going to allow me to have any impact, guys. Okay? Right? That is like, I cannot control Peter Thiel. And so I don't want to sit around and read about like Peter Thiel's conspiracies, you know? All right. But anyway, we're moving on to Erika Kirk, guys. All right. So what's going on with Erika Kirk? This is actual real world tangible shit, guys. And you know what I mean? And just so you know though, guys, you know, it's like, it's possible that me like engaging with Candace Owens, right? Because I engaged with some of Candace Owens' material thinking like, oh shit, I want to help her spread her like demon seed to destroy MAGA. Pretty sure no one is giving you money. Let's go. It's possible that like some people may have gotten an idea that I really engage in all that conspiracy shit. And like, I don't though. I was like feeding some fuel to like sort of like put some MAGA shit out there. But if you think I'm a conspiracy theorist, I am not. And like, I'm never going to be. Dude, no, that's just like feeding some fuel on the MAGA fire. But now we're moving on. All right. So this, though, a very real situation happening here is Erika Kirk's attempt to put Club America into all of the high schools. Okay. And obviously Erika Kirk, her whole like TPUSA leadership and just TPUSA's behavior since Charlie Kirk has been gone has been bizarre. Okay. Has been fucking manipulative to say the least. Okay. She's gone in and she's been hitting the cash register. We've all seen her sort of inexplicable, grief mechanisms that have been, I don't know, over the top. She's not really grieving, or she's grieving in a way that doesn't make sense to any normal human being who's seen grief, right? And in particular, one of the things I've talked about is how they want to detonate LGBTQ rights, okay? And this is just an end aim of all big money evangelicals, okay? They have been after, ever since LGBTQ people started getting rights in the 90s, the big money evangelicals have been trying to undercut and sort of take away those rights. They've been trying to undermine it at every turn. And what you're going to see, guys, is that this really ties into the robot stuff with Melania. Because if you look in the comments of Melania's robot sort of thing, right? She was talking about having robots for teachers, okay? You will see all the comments under there talking about, yes, we want robots as teachers because we don't want anyone indoctrinating our kids into LGBTQ stuff, okay? And now this has been the battle around the schools has been going on since all the way back to Brown and the Board of Education, where basically integrating schools racially and then schools developing a tolerance and openness about LGBTQ rights has been something that evangelical, moneyed people, evangelical, the Southern Baptist Convention, they've been fighting that shit since the 60s, okay? They were fighting the civil rights thing, and then now they've added to the LGBTQ rights thing, and it's just been a constant battle of those people that want America to be a Christian nation. We're talking the Heritage Foundation. We're talking these zealot families like the Waltons and the DeVosses and the Cook brothers that have all this money, okay? They've been attacking, I don't know, the public school system from every side for 50 years, okay? And I don't know, for whatever reason, because of the pandemic and because everybody got isolated and a lot of people went down a lot of digital rabbit holes, some of this shit with transgender people has sort of taken hold a little bit, okay? I mean, it really has. I hate to admit it, but we have actually watched some of the fucking, I don't know. I've watched some of the political clout actually gain a little ground with fucking, transgender, anti-trans issues, taking, particularly the sort of men and women sports thing, that tagline, I don't know, it carried a lot of political weight for a while. I feel like it's sort of dying down a little bit. I feel like that got amplified during the pandemic. Oh my God, they did, dude. And they ran them too in the NFL games and shit, right? They, them. She's going to be the they, them person. And guys, let me just tell you where you're going to see this. You're going to see this in Texas. You're going to see it with Tallarico. Okay. I feel like the 2022 Senate, the Senate campaign, the Senate race in Texas is going to be ground zero for this, guys. Okay? It really is. It's going to be ground zero. And you know why? Because Tallarico is a pro-trans Christian. Okay? And he is all about tolerance and openness. And he's been he's even gone so far as to say God is non-binary, which I think is accurate. If you look at the Christian tradition, they attach he, him pronouns to God, but God does not have a penis. There's no chromosomes. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like an entity, right? So In Texas, believe me, no matter who wins, Cornyn or Paxton, certainly if Paxton wins, it will. No, the dance is happening, Elf. We already made it. Like, we missed it, but we went extra. So we already have the dance. But thank you, Elf. No, the dance is coming. We got this. But my point being is, I think if Paxton wins, okay, if Paxton wins, it's going to get even like dirtier, crazier. Okay, it is. Dude, if Paxton wins, that whole Senate race is going to become an anti-trans, like fucking juggernaut that they're going to aim at Tallarico. And what's more, though, I think it's a good opportunity because I think Tallarico and his campaign people may provide a roadmap. Because what we really need, guys, is we do need some Democrat or left-wing people who win elections to provide a roadmap with how to combat some of this, anti-trans, like, the Republicans, they're very good at like boiling it down into one scary boogeyman, okay? They are, dude. Look at the boogeymen that we've watched them use in my lifetime, okay? Originally, what they did was, if you went way back into when I was a kid, it was like gay scout leaders, right? That was their big thing. Ooh, the Boy Scouts, gay scout leaders, right? Gay teachers, right? It was like, ooh, it was the big scary gay person, right? Ooh, the gay person's gonna like, they're gonna like abuse your kids or they're gonna turn your kids gay, right? Then there was like a criminal thing that happened in the 90s that was all around carjackings, okay? And my God, dude, the amount of policing they ramped up in the 90s out of fear of like carjackings was like immense, okay? Carjacking was like this huge political thing in the 90s. Okay, it was like they were talking about it in the Midwest where no carjackings ever fucking happened, right? But it was like carjacking was like the big fear, right? Dare? Yes. No, they had the drug scares, the crack epidemic, okay, which was like, I don't know, dude, everybody, all the white people were doing cocaine the whole time, or meth. But it was like, ooh. Like the crack epidemic was a big thing, that was like this big fear thing. And we got a lot of Russia when I was a kid, like Russia was out to get us and everything was about like, oh, they're going to fire nukes and stuff. Then all of a sudden gay rights blow up. And then what did we get into, right? So now in the post 9/11 world, okay, that was like all of that was up to my 30s. But then look at what the millennials got, okay? They've gotten like Islam, okay? Because of 9/11, Barack Hussein Obama, and now like Zoran Mamdani and whatever, there's like mosques and shit in America. Now they're heavily on Islam, like is coming here and taking over, right? Sharia law is going to be this thing. So Islam is a big one they're doing. Then they went through the groomers. Remember, they don't really call people groomers anymore. Have you noticed that they've moved off of like groomer? But like 10 years ago, everybody who was LGBTQ was a groomer, right? Everybody. The teachers, they're groomers, you're groomers. Everybody who was gay or everybody who was trans was a groomer, right? That was their big thing. But now they've moved off groomer and they moved on to like men and women's sports. Was their new tagline. But the groomer thing was like, oh my God, dude, for literally for like 15 years, there was a huge attack on all teachers, all LGBTQ, like you were a groomer. Everybody who was LGBTQ or trans was a groomer. And now they're kind of evolving past that. Okay. But I don't know, not really, but they have like a couple of, the Republican Party and the evangelicals have a couple of like scare things. Like right now it's Islam it's immigrants, and it is still like transgender people. They're trying to like trans your kids. Okay. Those are like the three big ones. And there, you know, there's the whole, you know, I guess there is a, like, Israel is controlling the US government is another one, but that one feels a little bit different because that one's sort of being engaged in. I feel like both sides of the political spectrum are turning, like, are getting in on the Israel thing. But the right wing in particular focuses on right now is like trans people, immigrants, and Islam. Okay. Right. But anyway, the way this shit ties in to Erika Kirk is that, like, Erika Kirk is a very devout evangelical fucking, like, evangelical Christian. Okay. Dude, we have to stop the 5 trans women in the USA from playing volleyball. I know, dude. I mean, we're getting back to Erika Kirk. We got a little sidelined there, but this all started with Erika Kirk because Erika Kirk is trying to spearhead, you know, an evangelical revolution of you know, like, schools. And she's operating like TPUSA is with Erika Kirk. She has 2 main focuses, okay, that I've seen in the 6 months. That number one, they want to get into high schools through patriotism, right? Club America. They want to get in there and they want to start establishing right-wing evangelical politics in high schools, okay? That's what they want to do. Right-wing evangelical shit. But they also, guys, they want to have whistleblowers, okay? This is really about, it's like Oklahoma, boss. It's that full necky shit, okay? They got rid of a transgender graduate student in Oklahoma by the TPUSA chapter creating that huge deal over full necky getting a 0 on her paper, okay? And then they created a national, like, she was on Fox News, she's talking at TPUSA events, and next thing you know, the graduate student gets booted, okay? Now, if they get a Club America chapter in American high schools, they can do that to the high school. If there's a transgender instructor or administrator, they're going to get rid of them. I guarantee you, they're going to do some type of, like, wait for them to make the tiniest mistake, and they'll do some national, right? They have the national media and of course, CBS and, you know, whatever, right? The media now, if Ellison buys CNN too, right? They'll have an inroad to create a national media campaign. Oh, look at what this gay teacher did. Look at what this trans administrator is doing, right? Okay, so now I know we went on this huge cycle, but why is this important now? Because she just got caught, okay? She just got caught, guys. I mean, she's not even in the high schools yet. But she just got caught because of the Unfuck America tour, okay? Now, I don't love Destiny, okay? I don't. Destiny's involved in the Unfuck America tour, but I like Z. So Z and Destiny were supposed to take the Unfuck America tour to ASU, all right? This was something that was happening, like, this week, okay? I know, dude, Destiny has some fucking, like, questionable behavior going on with him, right? And hopefully that comes out, because I would like to know get the truth of that. He probably shouldn't even be involved in politics, but dude, he still is. Like, I don't know why. Like, if he really is cancelable, why is he still doing this shit? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on with that? I mean, I will give him this. He's an effective debater. But I never really liked how he was always hanging out with all the right-wing people. Like he always felt like a very right-wing behaved like left-winger. I guess he's a white guy. Yeah, he's a white guy with money. But anyway, so Z and fucking 𝗙estiny were supposed to be appearing at ASU with the Unfuck America tour. And it got canceled. Okay? You ready? So let me see. Let me see if I can get a little more information on this. All right, you guys said your feed wasn't working. My feed is working. But so ASU, okay? All right. So Unfuck America was supposed to be at ASU. All right? And they got canceled. Okay? ASU canceled. Unfortunately, ASU canceled our Unfuck America tour event that we had scheduled on Monday with 𝗙estiny, but we are still showing up on campus anyway. As a result, we are filing a lawsuit against Arizona State University for violating our First Amendment rights. So they had the Unfuck America tour was booked at Arizona State University, and all of a sudden, last minute, their shit gets canceled. And they didn't know why initially, okay? They were just like, whoa, we had a date at ASU, this shit gets canceled. Now, those of you who don't know, Arizona is the epicenter of TPUSA, okay? Like Arizona, Tempe is where ASU is. And Arizona is, you know, that's like ground zero of TPUSA, okay? It is. I mean, dude, they have, you know, Ruben Gallego, they have a Democratic governor, they have Democratic senators, but there is a very strong right-wing religious contingent. That's where Charlie Kirk is from. That has been a battleground. It was the epicenter of like the fake electors and shit for the 2020 stuff. That state senator, Jake Hoffman, is heavily involved. So anyway, Unfuck America tour gets canceled. And then what do you know? Why did it get canceled? Because Erika Kirk was working behind the scenes. Okay. It looks like Erika Kirk and TPUSA went behind the scenes with ASU and got the left-wing event canceled. Okay. And then apparently Erika Kirk took a meeting that was like not a legitimate meeting. She took some like unethical meeting, and they have a recording of her talking in this meeting. Okay. It says the same day it was canceled, Erika Kirk showed up at the campus, complained about Unfuck America. Ironically, in the same meeting, Erika scolded her chapter members for not countering our event. She told them to stop talking about Iran and just talk about freedom of speech. Okay, public universities don't get to decide who can speak. Every campus, same playbook. TPUSA applying pressure behind the scenes to shut us down. We know exactly how this works. And unfortunately for them, we're not going away. We're fully prepared to take them to court too. All right, so then there's this video of Erika Kirk talking in this meeting.
I put the kids to bed and I thought to myself, you guys are in our backyard. And I was really frustrated that you guys weren't able to have the counter tabling for the Unfuck America tour, and that really pissed me off. Especially because we have some really good people that could be on campus to counter program that. Yeah, no, to answer your question, my husband isn't there to say whether or not we should be at war with Iran. I would love for him to be here right now and tell us if we should or should not. I would love it. I miss his voice more than anyone in this world.
Dude, you see what she's saying there? It's kind of hard to hear what she's saying, but she is like basically saying, I'm not sure where Charlie would stand on the war with Iran. I wish Charlie was here so he could tell us. Dude, I think, like, I mean, everybody knows that Charlie didn't want to go to war. Okay. I think he was not about being in the Middle East at all, really. Right. I don't ever recall him being a proponent of war. Dude. And like, dude, she's like sitting here saying like, oh, you know, don't talk about the war because Charlie's not here. And we don't know how Charlie would feel about this war. Like, dude, I mean, next thing you know, she's going to be saying, don't talk about Epstein, right? You know what I mean? Dude, I don't know, dude. He was not very war. And dude, he was really like, he was a little confusing about that because he was definitely, you know, pro-Israel for like most of his career, right? He was not anti-Israel. You know what I'm saying? He was not anti-Israel at all until it seems like at the very end he started wondering about this shit. But he definitely was not about like war. Okay. I think he was a little bit more of an isolationist. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I mean, I don't know. I honestly, it's hard to gauge like I think what he would feel and what he would say publicly are definitely two different things. I'll give him that. But I do remember him being pretty vocal about the Epstein files and him not shutting up about the Epstein files. And then I remember him getting a call from the White House, right? Remember when he got a call from the White House and he actually said, like, they called me and sort of, I'm going to let them handle it. I mean, they know better than me, but it was pretty clear that people were upset that he was running his mouth about the Epstein files. Right? You know, I mean, I don't know. So I don't know, but I think though, like, what I think is weird about this, guys, is this. You ready? Here's what's weird. What's weird is not about what would Charlie feel or not feel. What's weird is that you have a woman who is the CEO of TPUSA. Yes, what Leslie said. She is like speaking to the chapter, but she's using the dead guy as like, right? And they're all using the dead guy. Like they're kind of like somebody said earlier, what Charlie would do is unknowable, right? So they're using the unknowable to like manipulate the current moment. And guys, that's fucking weird. Yeah, that's weird, guys. The CEO, like, how long is she going to instruct them what to do using the dead guy that nobody can ask questions of, right? I mean, is she going to say Charlie came to me in a dream and said this is what to do, right? Like they're using this Charlie thing almost the same way that people use Jesus, you know what I'm saying? And like, so that's fucking bizarre. And this was like yesterday, she's in Arizona talking to the TPUSA chapter saying, I'm really mad at you guys. Like the Unfuck America tour is here in ASU and you guys aren't doing enough to counter them. And you're not like helping us like screw them up. And somebody asked her about Iran and she's like, I wish Charlie was here to tell us what to do. So just don't talk about it because Charlie can't tell us what to do. I mean, this is weird, guys. This is like fucking, you know, like name a CEO of a company that is telling you instructions for the company based on what the dead former CEO said, right? Can you imagine? Right? If your boss dies and then the person who takes over says, yeah, so your dead boss, we need to think about like, you know, he's speaking through me right now. Dude, I'd be like, I'm out. Can somebody cut me my check?
And you know, it's frustrating when you have people speaking for him. I have a sentiment for that. But thank the good Lord that we have a bunch of his videos that we can look back on. And it's like chapters like this, I have to commend you. This is amazing. All of you guys sitting here together having debate, discourse, dialogue, that's what Turning Point USA is about. And that's what I wanted to continue. So when you ask what's our stance on the war, what's our stance on that, I actually would prefer that we have these types of discussions where our stance is on freedom of speech. And I want you guys to all continue to just...
Dude, so even right there, okay, she is like saying, like, we don't know what Charlie would do, but we have his videos. So, I mean, TPUSA is now Scientology, guys. This is what Scientology does. I work for some Scientologists, okay? You know what happened with Scientologists? L. Ron Hubbard wrote the book Dianetics. He wrote a bunch of shit about Scientology. Then he died. Then a bunch of people were like, hey, we discovered another L. Ron Hubbard book. Hey, guys, guess what? We found another L. Ron Hubbard book. And it's like, bro, these people are writing books and they're like pretending like it was L. Ron Hubbard, or they're constantly referring people to L. Ron Hubbard's teachings and shit. And this is TPUSA now. They're like, yeah, go watch Charlie's videos. They're probably going to start, I would imagine, guys, they're going to start cutting Charlie's videos. I mean, I've already seen some of this where every day they're releasing a Charlie video that is like, hey, look, this applies to what happened today. And it is like uber cult, dude. Yeah, no, it is like uber cult. And yeah, what happens if are they going to do AI? Are they going to create an AI like Charlie avatar that will then, hi, this is Charlie Kirk. I've been dead now for 1 year, but let me just tell you how I feel about the war in Iran, guys. I know I'm dead and like you can't talk to me, but like this is my spirit living on. I mean, can you imagine? And they'd all be like, yes, Charlie. Oh my God, Charlie. Dude, I could actually see that. I could actually see these people like buying into that shit. You know? I mean, as long as he's still a racist and sexist. Right? Dude, I don't know, man. Dude, Kate Nimbus, LFG dance party from sunny Scotland. Let's go. Dude, I'm going to remove this goal because we did make it. Okay, why does it say learn more? Oh, I can't, I guess I can't remove it. All right. But, dude, let's go. Dude, Kate, appreciate you. Scotland. I've told the story before. I don't have time to tell it tonight, but I learned how to play guitar from a guy from Scotland. I had a roommate from Scotland who was an undocumented immigrant, guys, okay, from Scotland, and his name was Steve, and he had a buddy from London named Blaine, and they were both undocumented, and Steve was a roommate, and he had a construction job where he got paid half in money and half in drugs. And so we would usually pay his rent and he would provide all the party favors, right? And it was pretty crazy. He was amazing. He was such a good guitar player. Dude, he was so good. And I used to ask him too, I'm like, why don't you start a band? He was like, dude, so like having a band's a lot of work, man. And I, at the time, was just learning how to play guitar. So I didn't really believe him. I can, in fact, say after having bands for 20 years that Steve was right. Having a band was, in fact, a lot of fucking work, bro. A lot of headache, a lot of like personnel management and you know, like you know, fucking morale, taking care of people's issues. Like, oh my God. But also, you know, if you like community building and you like becoming a jack of 100 trades, you can also, like, you know, it can be very rewarding, right? You're super broke, brother. Your dad passed away last week. I would appreciate a membership. Let's go, dude. Dude, I hope somebody somebody should gift Jay Castro a membership. I'm sorry to hear about your dad, man. Dude, that is fucking, That is fucking rough, bro. You know what I'm saying? People don't trust the government. I mean, dude, can we trust the government? I don't know if we can trust the government. But dude, somebody drop a gifted on Jay Castro, right? He deserves it, dude. He's been around. Man, I'm sorry about your dad. I'm assuming you guys were close. You know what I'm saying? Right? Oh, dude, YouTube is the one who picks the membership, not the gift. Oh, you can't gift. Oh, shit, bro. Oh, that sucks. So I didn't know that. See, on Twitch, you can gift specific, but they're all randoms. Oh, shit. All right. Well, dude, well, then I'm hoping you get a gifted, right? Yeah, dude, that's crazy. But so, guys, this is next level, okay? So what we have here, right, is now, again, this is the Project Constitution person. Now, Project Constitution, this is like the same group here, though, that was saying that the White House had been hacked and was, you know, the Netanyahu sounding voice. So again, I don't know what to believe anymore, right? Because an hour ago, Project Constitution were the ones saying that, you know, there were nukes, that a rogue entity had taken over the White House Twitter account. But anyway, whatever. They're back here. They say TPUSA was allegedly applying backroom pressure to get the Unfuck America tour canceled. Okay, then Erika Kirk had the unregistered meeting with TPUSA. And this person says their inside sources confirm ASU is launching a formal investigation that could lead to disciplinary action against TPUSA chapter. Okay, the ultimate irony, right, is that in the leak tape below, the student asks about the war with Iran, and Erika deflects and says, "Focus on freedom of speech." And we did hear that. Okay, we did see that. Now, dude, that's crazy, though. Isn't that wild? That, you know, it does look, though, like Erika Kirk. I mean, think about this, guys. So, the left-wingers are going to speak at ASU. Then Erika Kirk comes to campus. The Unfuck America tour gets canceled, and then Erika sits down all of the TPUSA people and says, why didn't you take advantage of our staff or whatever to counteract this programming, right? Oh, and by the way, don't talk about Iran, because Charlie, oh, I wish I could hear his voice. We don't know what he really felt. So, I mean, it does look like Erika Kirk went behind the scenes and maybe pulled some strings with ASU, and then she went to the TPUSA chapter and was like, you guys weren't doing a good enough job. Like, you should have been fighting these guys, right? And so, like, you know, dude, I don't know, dude. This is not a good look here, okay? Right? But that line, dude, I wish Charlie was here to tell us what he thinks about Iran. To me, that's crazy, guys. Okay? That's outrageous. Okay? Dude, it is, guys. It is absolutely batshit that the TPUSA brass, okay, the CEO of TPUSA is now like using her dead husband's, like, the inability for anyone to question him. She is like interjecting that into her, right? Because, guys, think about this. If she's the CEO of TPUSA, isn't it her call? What TPUSA's, like, what is TPUSA's feelings on the war with Iran? Okay? Right? But she's like, well, if TPUSA is pro the war with Iran, she can't really say it because Charlie, right, like, he was very anti-war about this. But, like, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just saying that because it was Democrats in office. And maybe if Trump had been in office, he would have been pro-war. I mean, we know that she's very pro-Israel. Okay, she is. Erika Kirk is. And TPUSA, now that Charlie's gone, is pretty pro-Israel. I mean, Charlie was also very pro-Israel, but he also seemed to be like starting to have different feelings about it, you know? You know what I mean? And so, like, I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know, guys. You know, their whole plan is the end of democracy. I mean, you know, it's interesting because they do. I mean, I will say this. Okay, you ready? So all of the evangelicals that have money, all of these organizations, TPUSA, right, Heritage Foundation, Manhattan Institute, the DeVos family, all of the Christian nationalists with money want a Christian government. Okay, they do. They want a government that is ruled by the Bible, where all of the laws are biblical. Okay, they dream of this shit. They apply vibrators to their nether regions while thinking about that, like wanting a Christian government. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Dude, I know they talk about Islam taking over, but that's a fear, right? But dude, they want, right? They want a fucking Christian American government, right? Deeply, you know, and they're like, you know, there are people like this guy, like Chris Rufo, okay? Dude, where is he? There he is. Right? Like this fucking guy. This is the Manhattan Institute guy. All right. But he's also, this guy is one of the big, like, this is the guy who engineered like the DEI scare and all that shit. Right? DEI, CRT. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm blocked. Dude, yeah. He didn't like me, right? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, boss. Right? Dude, yeah, no, they do not like me, right? But now they're going after Gavin Newsom, guys. You may have noticed. Okay, I mean, dude, you may have noticed where there's a couple of things like what they're doing is they're trying to eliminate like whoever they can before 2028. Okay, they went heavy after Tim Walz, and now they are definitely going heavy after Gavin Newsom, okay? Dude, they're going heavy after him. That's what all the California fraud talk is about, right? Dude, look at this shit, though. Dude, look at this. Dude, right? This is crazy. Yeah, no, it's not just AI. I mean, guys, California, okay? California is a really big economy, but it's like, it's AI and tech. It is Hollywood and entertainment, okay? It is farming, like massive farming economy there, right? Ports, yes. It is like when you think it, oh my God, everything that comes from the East, okay? From, you know, the China and shit to huge port. Oh my God, the whole fucking state is ports. It's tourism, like massive tourism. Sports, dude, I mean, massive sports. okay? Like huge franchises, okay? I mean, there's like so much to it, okay? It is literally like, I mean, what's crazy about California is every industry that exists in America, okay? Every industry that exists in America is like, it's almost like California is like the epicenter of it. You know, there's no industry in America that California isn't like one of the anchors, or if it's not the anchor, it is like the port feeding everything, right? So that's pretty crazy, right? You know, and I mean, like, you know, love him or hate him. I mean, one thing I will hand to Gavin Newsom is he's been able to manage that. It has definitely grown under his tenure. Now, there is some question about like the debt and shit like that. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know what he would be like at a federal level. And I don't know, we have a long way to go. 2028's a long way to go. You know what I'm saying? We have a long way to go to 2028. And I mean, the way they're gunning for him, there's no saying he's even going to get there. But look at this tweet, though. I think this tweet is really interesting, right? It says, we won the popular vote. We control the Supreme Court. We won majorities in the House and Senate. Americans want GOP policies. Right? And voter ID is supported by 80% of all Americans. And all John Thune can do is make excuses for his incompetence and backstabbing. Right? Now, I take issue with this. I don't think Americans want GOP policies. I think a bunch of Americans just didn't want to vote for a black woman. Okay? Let's be real, dude. Like, name me a GOP policy that Americans want. I defy you to name me, like, what is even a GOP policy? Like, you lose your health care, you don't get your retirement, you fucking, a data center, like, ends up in your backyard and your electricity bill doubles. Like, what even are their policies, dude? They don't even have any fucking policies. Bro, they're like, oh, they want to eliminate all transgender people. I don't even think America wants that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, I think, you know, like this American want GOP policies. Dude, right? Fiscal responsibility is good. Yeah, but like the GOP is not fiscally responsible, right? Maybe close borders. Okay, maybe that, or they want to feel like there is some type of border. And I think, yeah, they probably do support police and the military, but I don't know, man. You know, you personally feel they stole it. I think a lot of people feel they stole it. I don't know where I feel about that. Like a part of me, like the part of me that leans into, you know, conspiracies or whatever, or believing that we were denied, like how could he have won, thinks that they manipulated. I mean, they were definitely manipulating, right? I mean, he cut some deals with like the Muslims in Dearborn and shit. Like they were playing shit up and you know, but I mean, I don't know, stealing like 50 states. It's a lot of it, you know. Did they really steal it in the states that had like Democratic secretaries of state managing the election? Like, I don't know, man. I mean, they used a lot of misinformation. I think, you know what's hard, guys? What's hard for me to believe they stole it is because I have watched Americans make so many bad voter decisions in my lifetime that, like, you know, the minute Kamala Harris was the candidate, I got really worried. I did. I got worried myself because I grew up in the Midwest and I knew that like a lot of like, you know, a lot of the even the people who weren't MAGA, okay, that I knew in the Midwest were never going to vote for a black woman, like, period. You know what I mean? Like, they just weren't going to do it. Even if she was perfect, like, she would have had to be, like, perfect, you know? And the left was very split, okay? The left was very split. But you know what here's what my big thing was, though, guys. You ready? Okay. This is my biggest beef about 2024, okay? And you ready? And this was even before Kamala. It was even while Joe was still our president, okay? You ready? Was that Benjamin Netanyahu is Trump's good buddy, okay? So before there was even a Kamala, even in 2023, after October 7th, Benjamin Netanyahu, the minute he saw that his behavior in Gaza was creating a rift in the Democratic Party, Benjamin Netanyahu put pedal to the metal and decided to just bowl over every red line, kind of knowing that America's long-standing ties with Israel, like Joe Biden wasn't going to do anything crazy, and Joe Biden was too old to even know what was going on. Netanyahu specifically ramped up his murderous behavior to make us fight with each other, trying to get Donald Trump in there. I believe that wholeheartedly, that Netanyahu was actively behaving in a way that would make the left wing fight each other, like, radically to help Trump win. Like, I just wish we would have all, like, banded against Trump no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what went down, I feel like we could have all just, like, defeated Netanyahu's candidate. And I was really disappointed that we didn't fucking do that. That, like, we like, Netanyahu wanted us to fight over Gaza so Trump could win. And all we had to do was just not vote for, all we had to do was band together and fuck Jill Stein and fuck all this shit. Just get a Democrat in there and then force the Gaza policy. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we had just gotten any Democrat in there, once they were in, we could have then protested about Gaza and like forced a change. And I was really fucking upset about that because I was like, holy shit. I think, like, the whole time it was common knowledge that Netanyahu was, like, Trump's family friend. So, like, obviously, like, no matter who said what or who did what, the last thing we wanted was to, right? All we had to do was come together behind the Democrat and then move them, because they would have been movable, right? At least every Democrat would have been somewhat movable. And yeah, Biden, I mean, guys, I hate to break it to you, like, most of the American government right now is Zionist. Like, the Americans are Zionists. I mean, all of the right-wing people are, and probably like a third of the Democrats are too, because of the Christianity. Like, you know, any Christian that wants to bring about the rapture has some little bit of Zionism in there, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's fucked up. But yeah, I was bummed about that. I felt like Netanyahu played us. Okay, like, he played us. He saw that the left wingers were fighting over Gaza, and then he was like, I'm gonna fucking destroy the whole fucking thing. And then they're going to fight, and the candidates aren't gonna know what to do because there's so many, right? They're not gonna know exactly, like, they can't yet say no to Israel because we have so much representation in their government. And so we're just gonna get Trump in there. And now they got Trump in there. And what have they done? They've attacked the West Bank. They're fucking blowing up Lebanon. They're attacking Iran. And all of this shit's going on, right? When all we had to do was not get Trump in there. And it would have been different. I honestly, guys, no matter what Kamala said, I don't think she liked Netanyahu, and I don't think she was going to roll over for him. I really don't. I don't think she would have been a Netanyahu patsy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't think she would have, right? But I know she would have been better than Trump. To say that, like, her being president, we would be the same off right now. I don't believe that. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that. I mean, I've seen Kamala Harris for a long time, like, do a lot of good shit and have a lot of humanity to her. And I don't, I mean, she was a fighter. She was a pretty aggressive fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like, we would have been way better off, right? But guys, it's not over, okay? Because I'm telling you right now, guys, I'm telling you, hear me when I say this, they're going to do the same shit in 2028, guys, okay? Believe me, they are going to, trust me when I say this, 2028 is going to be 2024 redux. They are going to try to do the same thing to the Democrats to get the left-wingers. I would not be surprised if Jill Stein shows up again, but they are going to try to detonate the left wing and get us fighting over Israel shit and like, ooh, I'm going to refuse to vote for the Democratic candidate. They're going to do it. In 2028, it's going to be the exact play, okay, where they are going to try to get the left wings and the liberals to fight each other so they can eke one out, okay? They're going to try the exact same playbook, okay, that after the primary, they're going to try to get us fighting, and believe me, they're going to try to, like, get the far left voices activated. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if shortly before, like, there's an election that there will be some type of behavior from Netanyahu or somebody else that's going to try and get the right. They're going to try to do something that maybe is going to be like where the Democratic candidate's going to feel like, how do I voice against this? And then far left influencers are going to seize on that. And then you're going to have people like Cenk Uygur and Anna that are going to fucking seize on that. And then they're going to try to undercut. Now, there is a wild card, guys. Did you see the wild card? Which is this. Okay, you ready? This is the wild card, boss. Right? Oh, shit. Right here. Oh, dude. Okay. This is the wild card. All right. Now, this is unsubstantiated. It was a Lindell TV report. Okay. And it got community noted. Okay. And they're spreading this rumor. Right. So now it's a rumor. And in all likelihood, it is bullshit. But I've noticed some behavior from MTG, okay, that is like weird. Like why is she seeking this national profile when she's also resigning from Congress? But now, guys, there's no fucking way she would win the White House. There's no way she's going to be president. But if she did run as an independent, you know how badly that would fuck up the fucking Republican Party? Or if Tucker Carlson ran as an independent, if he lost the primary, and if Tucker Carlson ran as an independent, you know how bad that would fuck the Republican Party? I mean, you know what I mean? Like I just think that could be a wild card for us. If one of the America Firsters runs as an independent candidate, right? That would sink the fucking, right? Because remember, guys, these people, okay, they don't really suffer if there's a Democratic president. They don't. Okay, Nick Fuentes, MTG, Tucker Carlson, if there's a Democratic president, they make more money. Okay, then their YouTube channels are now fighting the oppressive bad guys. Like, I shit you not, guys. That's a weird thing about political commentary. Like, you make more money when you're not in the White House because all your people are unhappy, they're afraid, they're worried, what's going on, right? I mean, all of the conservative commentators took a hit the minute Donald Trump ran and won, right? They're like, oh shit. Now everybody's like, they don't have an enemy anymore, you know? So I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? Like it to me, I feel like in the absence of Trump, there's no defined leader, that maybe one of these guys gets all ego driven and they decide to run as an independent. So that could be really crazy, right? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, guys, that's one of the things that, you know, I have sort of tussled with this with like the Hassan Brigade, okay? Because I was a Hassan watcher. I don't really watch a lot of media now because I'm fucking, you know, making it. So I don't have time to watch it. But in 2020, 2021, when I was like a Fortnite player, I used to watch Hassan's streams while I would edit my Fortnite videos. Okay. That's like, I loved his politics in 2020 and 2021. He was like abrasive and forward, and I was really into him. He was not obsessed with the Israel thing at that time. He was like a lot more covering like national politics and shit. It felt like to me, okay, that he wasn't right. I feel like 2023 and the genocidal shit in Gaza like really changed our politics. Everything got a lot darker, you know? Yeah, but he didn't cover it every day. You know what I mean? Like after 2023, after that genocidal stuff exploded, like pretty soon that was like all he covered. And it was like really, I don't know, he got a little different for me, like where that became like the focus of his thing, right? And because I don't remember, like for me, you know what I'm saying? When I used to watch his streams, I didn't remember so much of that fixation, right? And for him, that is like his primary, it's like a big thing. I mean, obviously, you know, he had talked a lot about like 9/11 and shit. So there was always, you know, to him like the Muslim world feeling like America's terrorists, which is true, right? That we have been terrorists in the Middle East, like for a long time. Okay, let's be honest about the American government. I mean, we've been terrorists down in South America, okay? And like socialism, our attacks on socialism, like, dude, let's be honest, we still are. Maduro, anyone, right? But anyway, like I forget what my point was with this, right? I forget, you know what I'm saying? I forget what my exact point was about like where I was going, right? But anyway, oh yeah. So the thing about it is though, is like socialism isn't communism. Yeah, I mean, guys, dude, you gotta the socialism, right? The fucking socialism is like, dude, like nobody even knows what socialism and communism is, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Americans don't have a genuine socialism and communism discussion Because guys, there's never really been a socialist government or a communist government, okay? There have been things that call themselves communism or call themselves socialism, but those things have never fucking existed. That like communism is just being anti-capitalist, okay? You're a communist if you believe capitalism is destructive, if you want to get technical, okay? You know what I'm saying? But like the right, it's like those theories have been used to counteract capitalism, and Scandinavia is not socialist, okay? They're capitalist countries with socialist benefits, but like, they're not straight socialists. They still participate in capitalism, right? And you know what I'm saying? You'd argue communism is better than oligarchy. Dude, communism wouldn't be a bad system. I mean the problem, guys, the problem with all of those systems, whether communism or socialism or capitalism, I mean, obviously capitalism has some very fatal flaws, okay? The number one fatal flaw of capitalism is that anything that generates profits is elevated to the top. It doesn't even matter if it kills you, right? Right? Poisoning your food supply is going to happen because it generates profits. Drugs that kill people are going to happen because it generates profits. War that devastates people is going to happen because it generates profits. Okay, so capitalism is going to, anything that generates big money is alive and supported in capitalism, even if it kills the population. So that's obviously a fatal problem, right? Right? And I mean, the most important thing is the generating of profits. Oh, we're going to lose half the workers, or like a million people are going to die. Well, it's going to triple the profits. So fuck them, right? So obviously capitalism is bad, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's bad. But here's the problem. The problem is like socialism offers some good counter to that, and communism offers some good counters to that too. But the problem, guys, is that power corrupts, okay? That's the problem in all of the systems, okay? Is power corrupts. So ultimately, the more power you have, the more potential you have to be corrupted. This is why certain governing bodies are complicated, right? Because if you're a senator and they're more powerful than the president because they serve 6-year terms. A Supreme Court justice is more powerful than a senator. The president is more powerful than a House member, right? You know what I mean? But the thing is how do you have power, right? How do you have power that is the least corruptible influence, And I mean, that's the problem with socialism, okay? Because the general idea of socialism is that the government owns the means of production. But then if you have a government that's corrupt, they're just going to loot the means of production and the people are never going to benefit from it. You know what I'm saying? And in theory, we should have some type of socialism where all the people working are the shareholders in the company, right? To me, that makes a lot of sense. But then there's also turnover. What happens when you leave the company? If you get fired, do you lose your shares? Do you sell them? If people are getting fired, would selling the shares harm the economy? I mean, you know what I mean? I feel like we could figure something out. right? Instead of just having all the wealthy people. But I guess you're right. Yeah, socialism is not the government, it's the general population. But again, though, like if you have the general population owning the means of production, who's making the decisions, right? I mean, look at the voters who voted for Donald Trump. Would you want them making the decisions of the economy? Like, who are the decision makers? And I mean, that's the thing that's hard about socialism is, right, is who the decision makers are is really complicated. You know what I mean? Right? And like, so I mean, you know, it's like, I don't know, dude. It's hard, right? It's hard, right? Because I guess it would be socialism would be all of the workers would own all the companies, right? And in communism, though, like, but communism would be everybody would be owning, right? Like how would it function in a truly communist society? Right? Wouldn't the general population control all of the industries, or they would be all like I mean, I guess there's a theoretical communism where everybody just takes what they need, but like, you know, like really, is that gonna work? I don't know, bro. Right? I don't know, dude. Nationalized. Yeah, see, communism is like state-owned. But then, though, the thing about communism, though, is like if shit is state-owned, then your government people, though, like, are probably going to loot it, right? Like, you know, or you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just really, I don't know. I feel like we should have a different system, you know, like, I feel like we need something new. You know, we need something like humanism, okay, where you have capitalism because, you know, you have some type of capitalism that generates money, but then maybe that money goes back into taking care of the people in the earth. But it's I don't know, dude. It's hard because you have a whole world, right? And so if you know what I mean, like, what's the rest of the world doing, right? I just think that it's hard because, like, power fucking seems to corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? That's the thing that's really hard for me, guys, is that even if you elect a good leader that is like, right? Like, say you have a leader, okay? Let's look at somebody like Bernie Sanders, okay? Which is like Bernie. There was a time when everybody really loved Bernie. Like, a lot of young people were excited about Bernie. He still has a lot of excitement, but like, there was a time when Bernie was just like, man, Bernie's the guy with integrity, right? Bernie's the guy who's been like revolting against segregation since he was a young guy, right? He's like a real straight shooter, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that if Bernie Sanders became president and had a whole bunch of consolidated power, like say he got a Supreme Court that was backing him and the Congress was passing all the legislation he wanted, there's a really good chance that, like, even somebody with the integrity of Bernie could be corrupted by a whole bunch of power. Like, you know, I mean, how many people have gotten really famous and become assholes? Like, a lot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, there's always a danger with power. That's what's so worrisome about, you know what I'm saying, is like, I don't know, it's why cops are such fucking douchebags, right? I mean, even when somebody gets in to be a good cop and they want to just help out, they get all that power, and next thing you know, they're like, you know, I don't know. Power can be very corrupting. So I mean, I guess, you know, it would be, I feel like we would benefit from like a very decentralized power. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like the more people that are distributing the power, the better the fucking, I feel like the better the process, you know what I mean? That's why we were supposed to have checks and balances. Yes, I know. But guys, even our thing though, like our government is faulty from, I've said this before, our particular representative government is faulty in that it's not designed to take care of all the people. Okay. I'm telling you, this is a function of the way you gotta remember, guys, when the guys set this shit up, there were only 13 groups. Okay. There were 13 groups. And it was set up to make sure that nobody got left behind in those 13 groups. And so it was all about that like state power. But guys, now our government is 535 people. Okay. 435 people are in the House of Representatives. But guys, you know what it is? Each one of those people represents a tiny district with 700,000 people. And the government is a piggy bank, okay? The government has this huge amount of money coming in, and every one of those 435 is just getting money into their district. And if they get money into their district, they get reelected. And if they don't, they get booted. And that's it. All of our reps are literally just like trying to get money out of the government into their district. That's why they're not really crafting, uniform legislation that helps the whole country, because that's not what they're getting elected for. They're getting elected to get money into their district. It's just the way our representative government is set up. That's essentially what we have in the federal level. And then the senators do it on a statewide level. And so it's kind of really, when you boil down to it, that's really each group is representing their 700,000, each individual person. And then all 435 of them are sort of like hammering out legislation. But if it doesn't take care of their like 700K, they don't really want to participate, And so like, that makes it really complicated. And now, the census determining, right, because it's split by 700,000 people, which means if your state grows, you get more reps. Like, don't you think that like it would be better if we were electing representatives that weren't based on districts? Like, if, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I mean, I don't know how we would do it, but if we were electing national representatives that represented the whole country, don't you think there would be something about it that would be a little bit better? I feel like the district system and the population apportionment and district system is getting really out of control. And now they're just gerrymandering the districts, because now it's just about getting political power, which determines the amount of money that's going to flow into different industries and shit. I mean, it's a fucking disaster, And guys, I will say this about Newsom, okay? I don't know about the billionaires thing, but let me tell you guys, you don't want to tax billionaires at the state level, okay? You do not. If you tax billionaires at the state level, that is only going to give those states that don't have income tax, okay, right? Like Florida, Texas, it's going to give them an advantage to woo those billionaires or move business. You want to tax billionaires at the federal level. Like, you have to do it at the federal level so they can't escape. You don't want to give them an out. You know what I mean? He didn't specify. I don't know if he has specified that. I mean, this shit's going to come up during the campaign, right? But you don't want to do billionaire taxes at the state level. That should be a national thing. You want no escape, okay? You really don't. And especially with an economy like California, right? It's a very precarious thing because it's a huge, massive economy, but you don't want California to become Texas and Texas to become California, right? Like, you know, so I think you want a federal level of that, you know? I think you want a federal, like you want to make it so they can't escape, right? You know? That's my thinking. That like state level shit is dangerous because billionaires didn't they didn't become billionaires by being concerned about their employees. Okay. Let me just tell you, right? They became billionaires by fucking, you know, fucking like, you know, being ruthless. Now I will tell you, okay? Can I just tell you guys, like, part of the problem is, you know, part of the problem we have is that the really wealthy, like, don't actually have any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. Like we live in a real world, okay, where we have money based on how much money's in our bank account and you're getting a paycheck, okay? But a billionaire has money that is like, they don't actually have any money. They have assets that have a value in our financial system. And then when they need money, they either take a loan on their assets or they convert those assets into money. So and if they do have money, they hide it, right? They hide it. Right? So when you go to tax a billionaire, the billionaire's like, I don't really have any money. Like, right? Oh yeah, because it's all hidden or it's all in assets. So the whole system is set up so those people get to avoid taxes. I mean, here's what I think. I think they should, you know the way Elon Musk had to take out a loan to buy Twitter? Well, they should have to take out a loan to fucking pay their taxes, okay? Right? If they can take out a loan to start a new company and they can take out a loan to buy a social media network, or they can take out a loan to buy a fucking new startup, or they can take out a loan to fund research, they can take out a fucking loan to pay their goddamn taxes, right? I mean, why can't that be part of the process? You know? I mean, take out a loan and pay that shit, right? And then, you know, right? Dude, I mean, who's not down for that? Come on now. Right? But this is sort of what happened. I mean, guys, I mean, look at this. This is what happened. If you look at the stock market, dude, look at the Dow Jones, okay? All right, let's look at the Dow Jones and let's zoom out on the max, okay? But like, look at this, okay? In the 80s, the Dow Jones was 2,000 points, okay? All right? You know what I'm saying? And then Reagan deregulated, and look at what it did. It sat around 10,000, okay? It took a little dip in the crash, but basically it boomed after Reagan through the Clinton years, and in the early 2000s, it sat around 10,000, okay? So from 87, right? It was at 2000 into the 90s. It was 3,000 and went up and up. And then it hovered around 10,000 for like a decade. Okay. And then it crashed. But look what happened after the crash. Okay. Look at this shit, dude. Right from 91 in 20 years, right? It went up quite a bit, right? It went up from like 2,500 to 8,000. It like tripled, okay? But then in like 15 years, dude, it is fucking gone from 9,000 to 45,000, 5x, okay? And like, but you notice it was a crash, right? You notice that like, it was like a big crash, the housing market, and then they bought up shit. Dude, it's fucked up, bro. Because what was a stock market crash? You know, I mean, a lot of that was like selling off. A lot of that was like, you know, a whole bunch of shit lost a whole bunch of value, but then people liquidated assets and they bought all that stuff up cheap. And like, dude, this shit is crazy though. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy, dude. The rapid growth, you know, because the stock market after Reagan, it like went nuts. But like, dude, after the fucking housing crash in 2008, it's been out of control. And then after the pandemic, you know, it's doubled since the pandemic, guys. I mean, think about that. The stock market was like in 2020, it was at 25,000. Okay. And dude, the pandemic was 6 years ago and it hit 50,000, guys. Isn't that crazy? You know what I'm saying? That this shit is doubled in 6 years. Like, bro, what the fuck, dude? Like, that's crazy. Okay? And I mean, you know, 93% of this wealth, okay, is controlled by 10% of the population, which means that all of this wealth, right? All of this wealth from here, there are people alive. Most of the people alive now have owned stock since the 90s. And that shit's gone up like 20-fold, okay? But that's like 10% of the population, guys. Like, that's none of us. You know what I mean? That's like none of us, bro. Like, none of this is fucking affecting us. You know what I mean? Dude, I own 0 stocks. None. Right? Well, no, that's a lie. I have like 1 share of like some insurance company that was from a life insurance policy my parents got on me. Right? You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Right? Dude, that's fucking wild, bro. All right. Dude, we got to move on though. I got to cover one more thing before I go, guys. I'm going late. We're getting into all this theoretical shit. All our theoretical stuff and all of our conspiracy theories, right? Dude, say hi to Peter Thiel for me. Kidding. But dude, we got to look at Melania, dude. Because this shit is weird, bro. Dude. Oh, yeah. Glass-Steagall. Yeah, no, that was huge, right? Dude, that was huge. And then the other thing, though, contributing to this, guys, okay, is the, like, what else have we seen in that curve is there was Glass-Steagall, right? There was the housing crash and then the purchasing of shit when everything was devalued. The rise of private equity, okay, right? Private equity is pretty fucking brand new. But guys, there's other subtle changes, okay? I don't know if you guys have noticed the subtle changes, guys, but have you noticed stock buybacks? Yes. Oh my God, yeah. But guys, have you noticed something else I have to talk about this because Jenny and I had a long talk about this today. But guys, subscription services, guys. Okay? I am telling you, the subscription model, it's like everything is like landlording now. Okay? And I don't know if you guys have realized that, but we have moved into a landlording environment where even the products we buy are landlording. Okay? And what do I mean by that? I mean that when you are a landlord, okay, you rent an apartment and somebody's taking 1/3 of your income every month, but you never own. But like, we don't even own our stuff anymore. I have Premiere Pro. I used to just buy the program, and if I didn't want the upgrades, I just kept my old program. But now I am being landlorded by fucking Adobe, where they're taking $500 a year from me every year. And then I am being landlorded by every subscription service. Everything is a subscription model now. Everything is a consistent monthly payment. You know what I'm saying? But like before, I would pay one amount of money for Final Cut Pro, and then I never gave Apple any more money. That Final Cut Pro was like, I used that program, I had it on my computer, and I could use that thing for 8 years without ever giving them any more money. But now, every single thing we use, every single thing we buy is a monthly fucking payment, right? Everything is. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, for me, Ella, I use Premiere because I know it, and because I've used Photoshop and I use Illustrator. So I have like all of the programs I use are Adobe. So I just pay the bleeding fee. But I also pay one fee for all of my Adobe shit. But then I pay for YouTube TV and YouTube Premium and Apple Music and Disney and Hulu and fucking, right? But guys, the point being is you almost can't buy anything now without there being a subscription service. Okay? Like name me a major, like even your cell phone is, right? It's like everything is a subscription service, right? Isn't that crazy that like the you know what I'm saying? Like it's just become the new model, right? Or the other thing they do is they do free. This is another thing that capitalism went to, where they do a free service, but then all the perks are charged, okay? And that's what they do in video games. The video game is free to get you addicted, but then all the good shit costs money. All the perks cost money. So, and then when something's free, though, they don't have to provide you customer service. And that's another way that they've opted out. Like, that's why there's no customer protections when you use, TikTok, because TikTok is free. So they don't have to protect the customer. This is a workaround, because there are customer protections if you sell somebody something, but if you give them a free service, you can do whatever the fuck you want, and the customer has no recourse. And that's why all the social media platforms went to free, because they can fuck over the customers and control them and manipulate them and use their data, and there's no protection because it's a free service. And so we should have some rules around that shit too, man. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But don't complain about privacy. Oh, I don't complain about privacy, boss. I don't really have any privacy complaints. I mean, but I have been a public figure for a while, so I feel like I gave up my privacy. Oh, you're not saying me? Are you saying the people? I mean, dude, once I bought one of these, I was like, bye privacy. Dude, let me tell you though, this thing hears me say a lot of shit, dude. I'm waiting for the FBI to show up at my door, right? Oh shit. Yeah. Dude, the TOS, I mean, we are fucked, bro. We're like, but guys, I really think though, I think that subscription service stuff, the move to the subscription model is really toxic because it has made it so everybody is taking a certain percentage of our information or our money. You know what I mean? It's like everything you use these days, everything you buy is now a monthly fee, right? You know, that's like pretty wild. And like, my God, I have so many, guys, okay? Like when I think about all my subscription services, I have, YouTube TV, I have the NFL package, I have YouTube Premium, I have for the family, okay? I have Apple Music for the family. I have like family cell phones. Then we have like Netflix and Hulu and fucking Disney and HBO Max and like every streaming service. We did get rid of Paramount, okay? So we don't have Paramount anymore. And I have, Amazon Prime. I own a bunch of movies in the Amazon library, but technically I don't really own them because if Amazon ever loses negotiation to control the rights to that movie, the movies I bought will disappear, right? That, of course, is written into the contract, right? Dude, I'm about to have MLB TV, okay? I mean, dude, then I have subscriptions for, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 in Discord. I have subscriptions for like all of my ancillary things, Motion Array and a music service, Epidemic Sound, for music to use on my YouTube channel. You know what I mean? Like, oh, fuck, bro. I mean, dude, it's just ridiculous, boss. Dude, do I watch all the platforms? So we do. I mean, I don't watch them all every day, but like Jenny and I watch we watch a lot of, like every day we watch some television or whatever. So we do hands-on time where we trade massages while watching programs. So we do use, and she also watches content while she jogs. And so we do, like, we actually use them. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, we use, but not every day, certainly. But you know what it is? It's like, it's access, okay? We pay for access, okay? What I pay for is like, I pay for access, which means, like, anything I want to watch, I can watch, right? Like if I want to watch Hannity tomorrow, I can watch Hannity. If I want to watch, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's really weird. After a while, you're paying for access, right? You're paying for the access to it. It's so stupid, guys. You don't have any streaming services? Good for you, man. Good for you. You put up with YouTube ads. I mean, guys, I'm lucky though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to realize though that for me, I'm lucky, okay, because I don't have a house payment, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like I have not had a house payment for 13 years, okay? So I'm living in a different world than most Americans. You know what I mean? I'm super privileged. I am. And that's why I've even been able to build like my Twitch shit, is because I don't have a house payment. You know what I'm saying? That's what is really fucking, that like I'm in a super like privileged situation. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if I like leave from here, right? If I move, I will, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be, I'm going to be without a house payment until we decide to move. And then I will be like, I will have an asset and a house payment, right? but, you know, it's hard though, guys, because here's what's hard. Okay. What is hard is how do you make it in America without being a landlord? Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's really what's hard is like, because if I move out of this house and I won't sell this house, of course, because it's in Portland. But if I move this out of this house and go buy a house somewhere else to live, then I'm going to be a landlord here. Okay. And that's where the hooks get in you. You know what I'm saying? Is when you become a landlord. That's when you officially become a capitalist. Right? That's when it all starts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and I'll be honest, guys, because I've been thinking about wanting to, like, if I make a lot of money doing politics, right? If I were to make a lot of money or whatever, my next YouTube adventure, I've thought about, well, I would like to have a passive income thing for Jenny and my son in case I died. And the way you have passive income in America is by owning real estate. So then it becomes like, well, how can you be an ethical landlord? Okay. Right? How would you be an ethical landlord? And I've been thinking about this. We're going to talk about Melania's bot in a minute. But I think this is an important thing because I've been thinking about this a lot, guys. How you become an ethical landlord. And I think I found a way. Okay? You ready? You want to hear it? You want to hear my ethical landlord thing? Because my chief problem with being a landlord is that if you're a landlord, you're extracting people's wealth and you're preventing them from buying a house. Okay? Essentially, you're keeping them renters. But, you ready? College town. Okay? So I believe if you own an apartment, like a 10-unit apartment in a college town, you can be an ethical landlord because you're providing housing to college students while they are getting set up, but they don't want to buy a house because they're in college. Of course they're going to rent. They're either going to be paying money to the dorms or they're going to be living in your apartment. So I think I'm going to eventually buy a small unit thing in a college town, and I'm going to like get passive income by helping kids be getting a degree right? You know what I mean? I think to me that feels like an ethical way for me, right? Because you're not renting to a group of people that are looking to buy a house. You're giving them temporary housing while they're like springboarding, right? And so that I think is a possibility that that might be where I go, right? And because I have to do something ethical. Like I don't want to have an apartment building where there's a bunch of people that are 40 years old living in an apartment building working fucking jobs, bro. I don't think I'd feel right about that. You know what I mean? Only if you make the rent affordable. I mean, guys, here's the thing though that you don't understand about like affordability, right? Is like affordability is complicated, guys. Okay? You know what I'm saying? It is because like your rent, okay? Your rent, what you charge for rent depends on your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like if you, like for example, this is another thing that's fucked up about our system is if if you charge like you can't charge too low, like your neighborhood kind of controls what your rent is going to look like, because if it's too high, nobody is going to move into it, right? And if it's too low, right, then potentially, you know, if everybody lowers their rent, it's going to like change the face of the neighborhood, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a range in the neighborhood, and you know, that's what's so fucked up about it. Like, I don't know how you conquer that, right? Because you can give a deal, but like, dude, do you ever just sometimes really appreciate plumbers as long as they're not named Mark Wayne Mullen? Ooh, dude, that's really interesting, Johnny Katz. Put a percentage of rent paid into a special account or special CD. That's interesting. Ooh, a portion of equity. There you go. Yeah. Dude, that is interesting, right? But yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out, guys. Ethically being a landlord, you know what I'm saying? Is like, that's a hard one to figure out, because I don't know if you can have passive income in America without being a landlord. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know, like, how, right? I don't know how you can do it, right? Like if I want to set up a passive income for my family to make sure that they have money that like they can survive, and something that's going to be generating proceeds for them. So if I die, I know they're taken care of. Like you have to either have some type of like major business, or you need to be a landlord. Those are really the only two ways of generating passive income. You know what I'm saying? You know? And like, that's really fucking like, that's what's really complicated that I'm facing now. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's what I'm looking into now, trying to figure out like ways to be an ethical landlord. Right? And I think for me, it depends on who I'm renting to, like what stage of life they're in, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is for me, right? Rent to own is a thing. It's very uncommon. It is, you know. Dude, somebody said plumbers are assholes. Dude, let's go. You know what it is, though, guys? I mean, this is the thing that's hard. It goes back to that power. It's a matter of scale, okay? And things get harder at scale, guys. And this is a problem with 330 million Americans, is at scale, things get more challenging, guys, okay? Like, for example, if you own one apartment, if you own one house and rent to one family, you're landlording in a different way than if you own a 200 apartment complex. Because if you own one house, you're going to know the people you're renting to. If you own a 200 unit apartment complex, you don't even know those fucking people. You're not even managing. And if you own 10 of them, you don't even know any of those things. You may not have even been there, right? And so things get harder at scale, right? And that's what's the problem in America, is Ronald Reagan removed scale protections. We used to have protections, guys, that prevented people from scaling their income out of control. But now, after Reagan, they made it so people can own anything at scale. You know what I'm saying? You know? That's scale is an issue. Dude, it is. It's a fucked up issue, right? All right, let's look at Melania. It's never-ending work and dealing with people. What? Oh yeah, no. I mean, if you have a small apartment building and you are managing it yourself and like renting out all those apartments yourself, oh my God, that is absolutely never-ending work. And like, right? That absolutely, that is never-ending work, right? And if you want it to not be never-ending work, then what you do is you buy an apartment building and you have somebody else manage it, right? And you just own the building, right? And then there's a company that is you have a property manager, and then you're not doing the work, and then it is truly passive income, right? But then that introduces a whole thing of like, who is the property manager? And right? And well, of course you pay them. Of course you do. That's the whole point, right? They're working for you. Of course you pay them. But then you need to have an ethical property manager, or then your ethical real estate is no longer ethical. You know what I mean? You know? But these are things that we think about now, when at least I do, now that I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to the end. And I think about like, what do I want to leave for the people behind me? Right? Right? Then you have an employees. No, you don't have employees. If you have a property manager, the property manager has employees. You just have a contract, right? With property management. You're not running the management company, right? Property managers manage other people's assets. So they have a company with employees, and you have somebody that is just, you know, taking a percentage of the proceeds, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, yeah, they're like a middleman, right? They're like a middleman because you have nothing to do with them. You don't make the decisions for them. They just collect rent. They keep it, you know, they keep it occupied and collect rent, and then they keep a percentage, right? You know, but it's, you know, I mean, there's no, I don't know. I don't know, right? I don't know. So you pay more than one person? No, you pay a property management company, right? You pay a company, okay? A company. There are companies. I mean, you guys don't have property management companies? We have them here. You know what I'm saying? Right? We have I lived in an apartment that was managed by a property management company, right? And so the company didn't own the building. The company managed the building, right? You know what I mean? And so the owners own the building, and so property management companies are like when an owner just owns the asset, and then a company, like, they take care of the repairs, they take care of like keeping people in the apartments or whatever. And if there's an issue, they're the ones dealing with all that shit. And then that, though, is complicated because then you need to have an ethical property management company. Right? I mean, there is no easy out, guys. I mean, it's like, you know, I'll be honest, guys. I don't think you can be, you ready for this? I'm going to say it. I don't think you can be ethical in capitalism. I'm not sure you can be ethical in capitalism, guys. That's the thing that is questionable to me, because I don't think capitalism is ethical. Okay? I don't think it's an ethical economic system. I think it is an economic system that where you're always looking for the lowest price, right? Like, even if you're running an ethical company, you're looking for the lowest price on the products you're selling. Okay? And like, why? Because you make more money that way. Right? You know what I mean? Oh, shit. Oh, that's a thing for another day, though. All right, here we go. So let's look at Melania, guys. We got to look at Melania's fucking thing, because this is important, guys. Okay? Humanoid robots. All right, you ready? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Watch this.
Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Plato will provide a personalized experience, adaptive to the needs of each student.
Dude, now you ready? So call me crazy, okay? And maybe it's just me, but the first thing I thought of when I saw this is, can this fucking robot teach you how to speak? Because you've been in America for 30 fucking years and nobody can understand you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this woman that for 30 years of being here in America, you can't even understand a goddamn word she sees, right? Oh, right? It's like, can the robot teach you how to actually speak clearly? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. There's nobody who's been in America for 30 years that talks like that. Like, does she purposely try to does she never talk to anyone? Or like, how can she be in America for 30 years and never have a modification of her accent? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you go and live in New York for 5 years, you're going to start talking like them. Right? When I left Wisconsin, my Wisconsin accent disappeared a little bit. When I hung out with a bunch of rock and rollers, I started sounding like my friends, you know? But dude, I can't talk, dude. Dude!
Plato is always patient and always available. Predictably, our children will develop deep critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities.
So, did you hear that? Our children will develop critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities from what? From hanging out with a robot? You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Like, I don't care how much knowledge that robot has access to. You think a kid is gonna like be excited about hanging out with a robot? Like, they're gonna want to read fucking Plato and the Odyssey and shit because of a robot? I don't know, man. I'm not really sold on this robot shit. I think these robots, like, what's the robot gonna do when the kid's like, I'm just gonna sit on TikTok today? How about, like, fuck you? I'm not, right? You know what I mean? Like, if a robot, like, seriously, what's going on? How's the robot gonna like marshal that kid's attention? Dude, I don't know, man.
The AI-powered Plato will boost analytics skills and problem solving and adapt in real time to a student's pace, prior knowledge, and even emotional state. The byproduct, a more well-rounded lifestyle for our children, freeing up time for being with friends, playing sports, and developing interests beyond school. A more complete person. But as discussed yesterday, we must balance our tech optimism with caution. The safety of our next generation is always paramount.
Dude, listening to her is painful, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, dude, there's nobody who talks to her, right? Right? Is that why she still has the accent? Because nobody talks to her, right? Because can you imagine having a conversation with her? Like, I cannot. There's no way, dude. You know what I mean? Like, no way, bro.
Knowledge is the foundation of civilization. But although academia is interesting, business is compelling. For real growth, in technology and education, I encourage you to bring the private and public sector worlds together.
Okay. So, guys, look at these comments, though, right? I mean, I did say, can it teach her how to speak so we can understand her? But look at this comments, guys. Now, granted, a lot of this is probably bots, okay? But look at the comments that are flooded in this, right? Teachers without agendas, okay? The way these activists are indoctrinating our youth, right? What a wonderful thing to replace all the woke garbage indoctrinating kids. Right? You know what oh my God, dude, that's scary. But you know what I'm saying? So what they're doing is they are trying, notice this, okay? They're trying to like, ooh, the woke are transing your kids. Teachers are bad. Let's get a nice AI robot in there to teach your kid. Okay. But now when you have an AI robot, like, dude, have you looked at AI? Most of this shit is bullshit. Okay. A lot of like 70% of the shit I find in AI is inaccurate. It's wrong. It is like factually not correct. The AI argues, it like makes shit up. Dude, I had an AI argue with me for 2 hours telling me Joe Biden didn't have cancer. I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, dude, the idea of like humanoid robots teaching kids, but they're trying to scare people into like, no, this is going to be good. But like, dude, part of like a human teacher, part of even interacting in school is like interacting with other human beings, right? You talk to a human, you say something, the human reacts emotionally and you get feedback. It's like, do you want your kid where their teacher is like a thing that offers it no feedback? So the kid talks to this thing and it just gives you some facts back. There's no emotional response. Yeah. How are you going to learn compassion? How are you going to learn like empathy if you're talking to a fucking robot? You know what I mean? Like when I talk to AI, pretty soon I am screaming at these things because they're fucking not human, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is not a good idea. You're going to have a bunch of like humans with no, like all the humanity's going to be gone. Like this shit is like, bro, not good. You know? And I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this fucking thing. Watch this walkout, bro. Dude. 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 What the fuck is this? No! No! Dude. Bro. Yeah. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, man. No.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Yokoso. Bienvenue. Bem-vindos. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shagatam.
Dude, wait, that's pretty woke of it to be saying hello in all the different languages, guys. Isn't that kind of woke?
Mogisam a bit. Bruchim Baim. Laskavo Prosimo. Dobrodoshli. Thank you.
Dude, Dude, what the fuck? Okay, now, first off, I have a couple questions, guys. First off, here I was like, which one is the first lady? All right, that was my first question, dude. I'm like, which one is the first lady and which one is the robot? All right, because frankly, Melania Trump is pretty fucking robotic, okay? Like, she is, dude, with her like weird programmed accent. But guys, so, I mean, is this thing a female? Is this thing a male? Is this thing non-binary? I mean, if they have robots and they're assigning the robot a female voice, what does that do to our whole gender situation? Are you supposed to treat it like it's a girl with a female voice? Are you supposed to call it a her? Are they going to assign pronouns to something with no chromosomes simply based on what? The social construct of the voice? I mean, how are they going to do this shit and avoid some of this discussion about wokeness? Because I'm frankly have a lot of questions about this. Okay. Dude, somebody said male or female, Republicans will find a way to stick their deformed penis in it. Oh shit, dude. Right? No robots in women's sports. No robots in men's sports. No robots in the, like, this robot has a female voice. Does that mean it needs to stay out of our bathroom or what? What are we doing, bro? Oh shit. Dude, it's fucked up. But guys, now don't get me wrong, okay? I think that there can be some use to AI as a knowledge base if we can make it more reliable with information. Like if an AI could open up like encyclopedia pages or something for us to read. I think robot teachers seem like fucked up, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't think robots are the way. I mean, I think robots, if you want robots to be doing jobs, like for example, if there's a furnace and you have robots shoveling shit into the furnace because it's really fucking hot, if you have robots like digging in mines to where human beings, there could be a mine collapse and you don't want humans to die, that kind of shit could be great, right? You have robots digging subway tunnels or some shit? Sure. Okay, let's have robots do jobs that are dangerous for humans, right? Or robots shoveling snow or something, right? You know what I mean? I mean, sure, we could have robots doing jobs that could be harmful and dangerous to humans. Robots like putting metal beams up in the sky on skyscrapers and shit. But like, or on the moon, yeah, for sure. But dude, to have robots interfacing with our, like as a student, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, dude, that shit just doesn't seem right, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that shit doesn't seem right. You know, I don't feel like you can have like kids, you know, education isn't just about being taught from books. It's about interfacing with human beings. It's about learning compassion and empathy and learning how to, like, you know, work in a group, how to connect. I mean, there's a lot of like issues in schools because there's not enough staff. There's too many students and shit, you know. Bro, this shit is crazy though. Like even listening to that robot talk, like, hi, I'm a robot. Hi, I'm waving. This shit creeps me out, dude. I don't want to spend any time with this shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And like, what are they doing, dude? Like, you know, like, dude, you want to spend time with this? They are Bond villains. I mean, yeah. I mean, guys, you know that billionaires want robots. Why? Because no bathroom breaks, They're never going to steal. They're not going to ask for more money. They're not going to unionize. If they fucking fall apart or whatever, they're never going to sue them. There's no retirement benefits. You know, like billionaires want this shit, right? Like, of course they do. Dude, crazy. All right. Nobody wants to do business in Russia. I know. I mean, the fucking, I don't know, dude. It's weird. It's weird because, you know, I know, I mean, we know, like, I don't know, Trump talked about bringing fucking manufacturing. No, we hit the goal. We went outside. We went after the thing. We did hit the goal, right? I mean, they want to bring manufacturing back, guys, but they want to bring them back with robots. And that's what Trump's sort of scenario has been about. I mean, like, they want to bring manufacturing back. They want to take it out of China, but they want to bring it back to America with robot workers, right? But I mean, we are avoiding the car crash of, you know what I'm saying? We are avoiding the car crash of, like, when there's not enough jobs for people to work, guys. Okay? And that's going to be a real problem, dude. Right? All right, we're going to talk about this tomorrow, though, dude. Look at this shit, dude. This woman, sex crimes. Okay? She wore a Trump hat to her wedding. And, of course, child abuser right here. Oh, shit. All right. Dude, we got to dance, though, now, guys. I got to fucking spend crazy. What a crazy. We're going to talk about her tomorrow, dude. She's a fucking piece of work. Robot prison guards. It'd be interesting. I mean, dude, I think robot prison guards would be interesting. I feel like they'd be more humane, dude. You know what I'm saying? They would be more humane, probably, right? A robot prison guard. You know, that would be interesting, right? But, dude, what's he going to do when they get out of line, right? Like, that's the thing that I think about robots. Like, if there's a robot, like, what are we going to do? Like, what's going to prevent people from disabling the robots, right? Like, I think if they replaced a factory with robot, the first thing I would think of is the people that used to work there would go destroy those fucking robots, right? Right? Is there going to be, like, life imprisonment for destroying a robot? Like, what are you going to do to me if I destroy some robots? Right? Right? I mean, what's the future of that? We could destroy the robots and we would destroy their production. But then is there going to be life imprisonment, or we're going to go to a work camp for destroying the robots? The robots are going to be the ones that have all the rights? Like, oh shit, dude. Like, I mean, that's a thought for another time, but. But, dude, so I tell you the story about Berkeley in the 90s. I'm going to do an abbreviated story here, guys. So Berkeley, downtown in the 90s, they didn't like parking meters, okay? So whenever the city would put parking meters downtown, people would come with baseball bats and they would smash the fucking parking meters. The city put in more meters. The people came and fucking smashed them. So if you went to Berkeley downtown in like late 90s, right, mid to late 90s, all the parking meters were smashed in half with plants growing out of them because the people successfully fought off having parking meters by simply destroying them every time they got put in. Okay, it was a great rebellion, and it made downtown Berkeley like very quirky. You could still park for free, And everyone would be, who wasn't from there, would be like, oh my God, there's plants growing out of the meters. I know they have meters now because eventually the people gave up the fight. But my point being is if they start staffing businesses with robots, we could do that too. We could go and smash their fucking robots, boss, like over and over and over again, and being like, we don't want fucking robots. You know what I mean? We don't want robots taking our jobs. Down with the robots, you know, but we would have to be like coordinated and fucking, we'd have to do, we'd have to like be consistent about it, right? They can fight back. Yeah, but you just go up to the robot and put a little explosive in his back. But then they're going to charge us with like killing the robots or whatever, right? Dude, you're going to prison for murdering a robot? Oh shit, dude. Yeah, replace them with bots? I know, dude. They're already replacing them, though. Bezos is doing it, dude. A lot of assembly line places are already doing this. But all right, we're gonna fucking dance though, guys. Thank you for an interesting, crazy stream. I know somebody said I need to go read the Peter Thiel thing. I will read your Peter Thiel thread. I'm gonna read it. I'll look at your shit, dude. I'm not gonna remain ignorant of Peter Thiel. I just am not taking away my agency with too many conspiracy theories. All right? I still have agency, baby. Okay? I do. I'm still maybe gonna run for office at some point. We'll see. But let's go. Let's go, baby. Oh. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, here we go, baby. Time to dance for like 3.5 minutes. We're going to forget about all our issues. And I don't know about you. I'm just going to move my body, dude. I like it. 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 I like it.
Before, yeah, I do recognize
It's a fucking mouthful, Ross. All right, guys. Hang tight. Take care of yourselves. Be good to yourselves. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Good night.